Okay, great. Welcome to the National Council on Electricity Policy Annual Meeting 2021. At this time, I would like to introduce NCEP President Paul Schalander of the Idaho Public Utility Commission.
Thanks, Karen, and welcome back, everybody. Yesterday, we honored Tom Sloan with the Jan Brink Award for Collaboration in Public Service. And as you all were aware from participating yesterday, it was very clear that Tom's tireless community, state, and national involvement in electricity and broader societal issues made him a very clear choice for this award. It also made it clearly abundant why he was a true representative for the people of Kansas for so many years. We admired his collaboration, and in turn, he said that collaborating with us via his representation on the National Council for Electricity Policy really helped guide him in some of his public service. So we were genuinely inspired by him and others that are open to the dialogue to help move the needle forward. And that's what we're here to do again today. And again, before I move on with the rest of a recap of yesterday, I just want to say congratulations again to Tom Sloan, and especially for all of his contributions he made to the National Council on Electricity Policy. The foundation for yesterday's content was the NARUC-NASIO Task Force on Comprehensive Energy Planning. And as we heard, there were 15 state teams that worked together in 5 cohorts to improve planning. Now, those cohorts had some very colorful names. Try to say cohort and colorful together in the same sentence. It was silver, jade, turquoise. See, there you have it. Colors that are just impossible to pronounce. Why'd you make it so tough? Coral and amber. I am a fancier of a color called burnt umber. It didn't make it to the list of wonderful colors. I can't imagine why. Now, the teams, they looked at how to break down traditionally siloed planning processes to increase transparency and also to improve the planning process. And of course, it was no big surprise that energy planning is, of course, very difficult. As we heard, oftentimes in the traditional IRP process, the moment those IRPs are filed at commissions, they're almost obsolete. So it's good to see that additional energy planning that gets into more granularity is available now as far as a template is concerned. And we certainly do appreciate the efforts that have been put together by those groups. Now, we do have 53 different jurisdictions, states and places like Puerto Rico and others that have their own set of policies that further just make things even more difficult as we look at planning, and then add to that mix the natural disasters and weather events that they experience that appear to be happening on a more frequent basis, and the severity of the damage of those is very, very unpredictable. And again, we're seeing more and more severe weather events coming more frequently than we'd ever seen before. So again, the need for this type of planning is extraordinarily important. As we heard from Arkansas Commission Chair Ted Thomas, he noted that the roadmaps that have been put together can help everybody identify jurisdictional similarities, and then the blueprint can assist in developing appropriate processes in those individual states and provinces. Now, every state has different goals and that this plan process still can assist them with. So for example, Rhode Island, they're looking at how to influence their policy goal of 100% renewable electricity by 2030, which is rapidly approaching. And in Michigan, how it works into the Michigan Power Grid Initiative is one of the areas that they're specifically looking at this planning process. So of course, planning can enable a more cost-effective grid to the benefit of everyone. At least that's the hope. And as North Carolina PUC Commission staff and consumer advocate Chris Ayers noted, there are opportunities to improve electric supplier collaboration, modeling capabilities, and interconnection processes. So yesterday, participants shared their thoughts on stakeholder involvement and how state agencies can identify barriers to stakeholder participation. So now we move fast forward to the next day, today. We're going to hear from system operators and planners on how they've approached modern planning implementation. So I'm looking forward to that. And we hope you can join us for the end of the day discussion, and be sure to come back tomorrow because I'll be moderating the snapshot session where you're going to hear innovative ideas about electricity planning and discuss how you see that playing out in your own jurisdictions. Now I'll turn it over to Carrie Worthington to talk through the specifics of today's agenda. Carrie?
Thank you for the recap of yesterday's program, President Schlander. That was very informative and hopefully gave people a glimpse of what was discussed yesterday. So appreciate your words there. So I'd like to introduce myself as one of the facilitators for today. My name is Carrie Worthington. I am on the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioner staff, which is leading this project on the National Council on Electricity Policy that brings together multiple state agencies to discuss the future of electricity policy. And right now we're focused on the transmission distribution system interface. With me is my boss, Danielle Sass-Burnett. She is the director of the Center for Partnerships and Innovation at NARUC and has been instrumental to today's program and spoke yesterday to the task force on comprehensive electricity planning that was joint between NARUC and NASIO. Also with me is Dominic Liberator and Jessica Diaz, who are helping behind the scenes. So if you have any issues with your Zoom, please chat Dominic first to see if he can help you out, and then you can email him if you get offline. So there are a few ways to interact with us today. We'd like for us to continue our interactive meeting into today, day 2. But please do keep yourself muted unless you are speaking. You can raise your hand to let us know that you'd like to be unmuted, and you can unmute yourself after the moderator acknowledges you. We have been pretty active over the chat. It's really good to see the questions come in. Being able to really articulate the details in the chat has been very helpful for some of the speakers also. So we may not be able to get to everyone's questions, but you'll hear more about the end of the day discussion where you can ask more questions, or they will be documented for further exploration. So this is the second day in the 3-day event. We opened up today already with the bonus morning session on federal perspectives. We are looking forward to hearing from system planners and the emerging approaches to aligning distribution system planning with full power system planning session. We're looking forward to hearing from utility representatives from Duke Energy and Hawaiian Electric Company for their comprehensive planning examples. And then we conclude the last panel of the day is on current issues in comprehensive planning with researchers and practitioners. And then we roll into the end of the day discussion. Come back tomorrow. President Paul Schlander will be moderating the second half of the day, and he will, which is a little bit more of a workshop where we'll engage the audience in 15-minute dialogues and discussions. Before we get into the workshop aspect of it, though, we will hear from a panel moderated by Commissioner Upendra Shivakula to reset on regional and state perspectives in planning and comprehensive planning for a high DER future. So thank you, Danielle, for adding the link to the chat. Great. And at this point, I will note the key participation points. So we had the virtual meeting room open, which is an optional sound check for all the attendees. We'll have another one tomorrow. Please engage during the Q&A sessions. We'd like to hear and see you when you do have a question. And then particularly at the end of the day, we do ask everyone to, we go into a gallery view and we can hear from everybody in that room. My screen sharing has been disabled, so I'm going to try that again. So here are the key participation points for today, tomorrow, and particularly the end of the day. I'm going to move on though. Let's see, I'm not quite sure when my presentation cut out, but that's okay. The end of the day discussions, as I mentioned, we're collecting resources and examples and your questions, of course, but a lot of the times people actually have answers to questions, a lot of times they don't, but anytime we do get a example or a resource, we do add it to the T&D resource catalog, which is broken out between planning, operations, and markets. And you can look at this information at a national level or by region as well. We'll be able to dive a little bit more into this at the end of the day discussion. This is an announcement that we have. We would have really liked to have a day 4 meeting, but in lieu of a day 4 meeting, instead of keeping you for a full day, we broke the day out into 4 different parts, and we are looking forward to 2-hour webinars on innovations in electricity modeling and tools. So if these topics are of interest to you, there's an introduction, there's modeling for storage, there's integrating DERs into bulk power system, and then the 4th session on planning for climate variability and uncertainty. So if these topics are of interest to you, registration is now open for these 4 dates throughout October and just the first date in November. And we will add some of these links to the chat box. They are also located on the agenda. So I'm just going to briefly preview the agenda for you here. We have the registration, as I mentioned, for the innovations and modeling training. We have the speaker biographies that we got up yesterday. And then we actually posted the day 1 recording already. So the full day recording is posted to YouTube, and we are working on getting the Federal Perspectives recording up now. And then I will just zoom down to the bottom of the agenda here, where I've added the discussion slides from yesterday. So while you are reflecting on the material for today, you can look at some of the questions that we have for you, but then also look at some of the resources and the examples that came out of yesterday's discussion. But particularly, if you can take a look at the questions that came in reflection of some of the things that your fellow community members are interested in knowing more about. So with that, we will be populating the chat box with links and FAQs on how you can participate, but generally raise your hand in the reaction section to let the moderator know that you'd like to speak, and then always use the chat function to alert me, Danielle, or the entire audience that you'd like to ask a question. Otherwise, I think we might be ready to get moving into the next section. I'm just going to check the chat and check the participants. Great, it's great to see everybody here. Thank you for being here. So without further ado, then, we are getting on an early schedule, which is great. I'd like to introduce at this time for the Emerging Approaches to Aligning Distribution System Planning with Bulk Power System Planning session with Commissioner Tanola Brown-Bland. Commissioner Brown-Bland has a background in law and is currently a commissioner on the North Carolina Utilities Commission. She holds a variety of leadership positions at NARUC and associated groups. She is a past president of the Southeastern Association for Regulatory Commissioners as well. So Commissioner Brown-Bland, the floor is yours.
Well, I've passed the first test because I unmuted myself. So good morning and good afternoon. I realize we're all across the nation in different time zones. So we are very pleased that you are joining us for day 2. And we have come to yet another proverbial fork in the road, perhaps several forks. And if I could paraphrase that great historical philosopher, Yogi Berra, when you come to these forks in the road, pick them all up. Now, with the growth in DERs that we have seen and the continued growth levels that we anticipate will need to come online in order to meet various and varied policy goals, the fork pointing to changes in transmission and distribution planning is flashing us in a major way. These changes impact planning at the state, regional, and the national levels. Siloing and planning for system peaks that are viewed as nearly static and based on average annual weather forecasts, that kind of planning is in the rearview mirror and soon will be out of sight. So today we're going to hear from the operator side of planning, and we hope to get their thoughts on what is needed to accomplish the planning that is necessitated by the current transmission and distribution challenges, and what they have seen or see emerging as the sound and best ways to go about aligning and coordinating planning between distribution system and the bulk power system. So with that, we will start with our first panelist for this session, who is Michael Milligan. Dr. Milligan retired from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in 2017, and he is now an independent power system consultant and has over 35 years experience in power systems and wind solar power integration. Dr. Milligan.
Great, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm happy to be here. I'm experiencing a little bit of connectivity, so I'm going to shut off my camera here once we get started, but we've got the slides up, so you should be able to follow along with that. So if we can go on to the next slide, the issue of resource adequacy has been around for a really long time, and there are a couple of key points that I'll stress here in the next several minutes, but this nice little pyramid that you see here is kind of a way of rethinking the way that we plan the grid. It used to be we do all this capacity-based planning, and now we have lots of renewables coming in, we have storage, we have all kinds of things happening. And it's really more appropriate to sort of flip things upside down and say, let's plan based on the energy first approach, which is taking into account the renewables. And we certainly need to take into account those resources that are being connected on the distribution grid, whether they're solar or storage, which is pretty common, occasionally a little bit of wind, but we need to take that into account because that's going to be important for resource adequacy. Next slide, please. So I think, yes, sorry, one more. Thank you. I'm not going to go through the details of this. Some of you may have been on a webinar with me not too long ago when you saw a slide very similar to this. But essentially, resource adequacy is a kind of a difficult counting problem. And we want to know if we built enough stuff to supply demand at some future date. We generally do flip that upside down to talk about, well, you know, how many outages do I have? How severe are they? And that sort of thing. If we can go on to the next slide, that issue of counting has really not served us well, because historically we've looked at a planning approach of a loss of load probability of 1 day in 10 years. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. We really need to focus more on what's an acceptable reliability target. How many loss of load events per year, per decade, per month? Probably not that often, but how much it would be acceptable, and how long are these events? And we certainly saw in the recent Texas event that we had, in some cases, very, very long outages, and so clearly unacceptable by almost any barometer. But unfortunately, reliability is expensive, and so if there's one thing that I could leave you with today, I think it would be this issue of, you know, how do we evaluate this trade-off between reliability and cost? And I'm going to come back to that in a second, but I wanted to point it out because that is, I think, one of the really key issues going forward. Next slide, please. When we do talk about loss of load, that is often a misnomer because of the interconnectedness of the power system. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one because it is important. We need to take into account the fact that the grid is a large interconnected system, and we need to take that into account when we look at resource adequacy. Next slide, please. So as we all know, and it's partly why we're here, renewables are complicated, the risk assessment process. We've traditionally used this loss of load probability approach, which actually was developed at least as far as the 1950s, possibly earlier than that. That gradually worked its way into policy decisions, which was good, but I think now it's time to move on because we have shifting periods of risk. We have more interest in sort of the energy. How long do I have to go without energy if there is an outage? And we also are learning that demand response and other types of dispatchable demand, electric vehicles, for example, all of these things add complexity, and yet they all are potentially solutions, or at least partial solutions, to reliability. Next slide, please. So I think what we need to do is, as I mentioned earlier, turn this upside down from a capacity first planning to an energy first planning. Capacity is important, but because of the changing periods of risk, the hourly profile of wind and solar, and how can batteries help sort of shift some of that energy to other times that we need it more. This is really what we need to focus on. And it's simple on a slide to put this down and say, well, it's easy. Start with the renewable objectives. What's your state's objective? Well, those objectives sometimes have different phases. Phase one, we get to a 50% renewable by some year, and then 70 or 80% 5 or 10 years later. So that does get complicated, but nevertheless, I think we need to start with that renewable objective and then figure out how distributed resources are going to come into the picture. We need to think about the transmission system. We need to think about the transmission distribution interface. If we have a neighborhood with a lot of solar, and can we get that out to neighboring areas if there's excess solar? And then after we consider all of those things, we can look at how do we fill in the box here, the triangle, so that we can meet our reliability objectives. That could be with more storage, with more demand response. But oftentimes what we find is that the shortfalls that we have in delivering energy at a given time or place are short and perhaps infrequent. And that does open the door to the possibility of demand response. And I'm not talking about shutting off consumers' lights for a long period of time. We're talking about rotating short, pinging an electric hot water heater, for example. We've had air conditioning plans in place around the country for many, many years. So I think this gives us an opportunity to, if we start with the wind and solar and the timing of all of that, what else do we need to build out the rest of the system? Next slide, please. And this is, I want to come back to my earlier point of the one thing I want to leave with you. Maybe there's three, but the ESIG is the Energy Systems Integration Group, which is a nonprofit sort of educational / research / trying to get to where the rubber meets the road with all of these renewable issues and the energy transition. A working group that ESIG had recently released a paper on what do we have to do differently on resource adequacy as we move forward. All of these are the bullets. You can link to the report there at the bottom. And I've highlighted, I think, the most important ones. And the one at the top, I think, is really the key issue for policymakers. We've never really done this in any kind of a systematic way. But assuming that we cannot afford to build a 100% reliable system, how do we quantify the size of the outage, the frequency of the outage, duration, timing, all of those things? What's acceptable, and conversely, what is not acceptable? We've never really quantified those, and we've never really put targets in place to say to your local utility, for example, that thou shalt build enough stuff so that you don't have more than one outage a year that lasts for no more than 2 hours. Whatever it is, that I think is something we really need to highlight going forward. The traditional target, which has really been applied only to the bulk system, is loss of load probability of 1 day in 10 years, doesn't really capture what we need to worry about. So that top red box there, I think, is critically important. The second box that I've outlined, load participation, fundamentally changes the construct. Again, you may find when you start with this energy first planning approach that your the times that you have potential problems, you can fill in with other types of resources. Are those demand response resources? Are they short-term batteries? Or a combination of those things. But the fact that load can start participating in providing capacity, and then of course, not only the load participation directly, but if you have distributed renewables, how does that play into the picture? We often talk about the idea of net load. And so right now, for the most part, a utility cannot see the individual PV systems on a rooftop, for example. And so they can't tell if the sun is going behind a cloud or if demand is going up, or maybe it's a combination of both. And so getting some better visibility into all of that, I think, is also important. And then sort of the last box that I've outlined there, reliability criteria should be transparent and should be economic. We can't simply say that we need to meet a reliability target that says nobody ever has an outage except for 5 minutes every decade. We could do that, but it would be expensive. We'd have to build a lot of redundancy into the system. And that, I think, is the challenge for regulators going forward, is to figure out what do we think is an acceptable reliability target? What are consumers likely willing and able to pay for reliability? Will we have differing levels of reliability as we go forward, as we move towards a smarter grid? Right now, we don't really have the ability of allowing some customers on a feeder to buy more or less reliability than their neighbor. So all of these issues, I think, are really going to be critically important as we go forward. Next slide, please. This simply dives a little bit deeper. I don't think we need to spend much time on this, but note that if we ignore the distribution system when we're doing our planning, then we ignore those megawatts or those megawatt hours that are being generated on the customer side of the meter. And if we're serious about resource adequacy, we need to take that into account. And if we don't take that into account, we're going to be overbuilding the rest of the system somewhere. And again, overbuilding is only a bad thing in so much that we have a price that we would prefer, society would prefer for reliability. We don't want to pay more than necessary for a given level of reliability. So these are questions that I think really going to be important. Next slide, please. This is simply a little kind of a cartoon from the EPA that shows the grid. I don't think anybody here doesn't know anything on this grid, but it's a single grid. We're going to have a lot more pieces to it. Hopefully we can put some intelligence behind a lot of these pieces, and we can be a little bit smarter about the way that we assess resource adequacy in the future. The next slide, I'm not going to go into detail, but this shows an example of what's happening in Hawaii with integrated generation, transmission, and distribution planning. That's where it is. I mean, we've got to do all of those. We cannot not do transmission planning alongside or as a part of generation and distribution planning. And so this is one approach. I don't know if it's necessarily the best approach, but as you look in your individual states, I think this is certainly a good starting place to think about how we should go forward in combining these different parts of an extremely complex power system. Next slide, please. One of the things that we've never done very well is anticipate how things might change. And an awful lot of utility planning is based on picking out 1 year, maybe 2 years of quote unquote representative demand. This kind of represents an average or a median or some kind of a good year, and we're going to use that for planning going forward. That's not a good idea because the weather is not the same year to year. There's a lot of discussions about how climate change is affecting weather and of course wind and solar resources and demand. And I'm not minimizing those discussions, but even if we did not have climate change, I don't think that the power system industry has come anywhere close to figuring out the interannual variability of weather and how that affects planning. We just don't get it as a power system industry. On the left, you see a picture of where the jet stream is low and it brings in, we have a lot more heat, warmer weather. In another case, and sorry, that was in the summertime. In the wintertime on the right, we have a La Nina graph here that shows the jet stream pulling a lot of cold air in. These happen from time to time. Now, the frequency of when they happen is going to be probably changing with climate change, but we still don't really do a very good job of capturing that. Next slide, please. My colleague Justin Sharp makes it real easy. It's the meteorology stupid. We need to really get a handle of that on that, and it's important going forward as we get more renewable resources. And let's go ahead and go to the last slide, please. So we need a lot of evolution here in resource adequacy. The targets need to evolve. They need to be a whole lot smarter than like a 1 year, 10 or 1 day per 10 years thing. We need to look at energy first planning, figure out what the renewables are going to look like, and then what else do we need around that. We need to make sure that we take into account the distribution system, the transmission system, and we've got to bring long-term weather into the planning process much, much, much better than we ever have in the past. And with that, I'll conclude.
All right, thank you, Dr. Milligan. Next, we'll bring to you Tim Burtis. Tim is a lead strategist within the State Government Policy Department at PJM Interconnection. His title is Senior Manager of State Policy Solutions, and he assists in outreach and strategy development for state government engagement, focusing on policy assessment, market design, and transmission planning. He's responsible for PJM's engagement with the organization of PJM states, something we affectionately call OPSI. Tim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner, and nice to be with everybody. And I do want to acknowledge, apologies for getting an old bio, I guess, over. I no longer have OPSI, but just wanted to acknowledge that. So if you're involved in OPSI, please don't call me in particular, but it's been fun. All right, so planning for distribution resources. We heard from Dr. Mulligan a little bit about looking at resource adequacy as it relates to incorporating some of these different aspects, including distributed resources. I'm going to focus really on the nexus between distribution, what's happening down at the distribution level, and what we do up at the bulk power system level on a regional basis. Next slide, please, Jessica. I have a couple of slides here. They're the obligatory what is PJM. So if you'll indulge me for a few minutes, I'll try to breeze through these just for sake of anybody who may be new to the Regional Transmission Organization. So PJM is here in the dark blue. This is our placement in the Eastern Interconnect. I say we go from shore to shore. We go from the Atlantic shore on the East Coast, from New Jersey down to North Carolina, all the way out to the shore of the Mississippi River, out in northern Illinois, and then back through into the Ohio Valley. So that's the PJM footprint, serving about 65 million people in all or parts of 13 states in the District of Columbia. Next slide, please. So what does an RTO do? What does PJM specifically do? We really have three main functions: planning, operations, and markets. From a planning standpoint, you could think of this as being analogous to urban planning, but we take a look at the transmission system. And as load moves around, as it migrates, how do we need to adjust the transmission system to account for all of those changes that are occurring on the system itself? How does load impact those changes? And how does new generation interconnecting or coming off of the system impact the transmission network? From an operational standpoint, we analogize this to air traffic controlling, where on a minute-to-minute, second-to-second basis, we're making sure that supply and demand are perfectly matched. and that we're turning on generation as we need it, we're turning off generation as we need it, and that the lines are being monitored and operated on a safe basis across our footprint. And then finally is the function of markets that we perform, obviously analogous to the stock market, pricing electricity, pricing capacity across the footprint. The upshot of what I offer here with respect to electricity markets, we don't offer markets because we enjoy markets for the sake of markets. We offer them strictly to reinforce the operational reliability of the system at the least possible cost. That's the point of markets. So every decision that our market algorithms come out with solves a problem one of our dispatchers has to address in real time, but it does it in a way that arrives at the least cost solution of all of the options sitting in the footprint. Next slide, please. Okay, put together, when you start putting together the different buckets of the services PJM as an RTO provides, it amounts up into this in annual savings between $3 to $4 billion of operating the markets, of operating on a more regional basis. The big takeaway really here is scale. 13 states in the District of Columbia, you have a lot of regionality with what you can call upon at any given point in time. If it's hot in one location and you're running a lot of generation, it may be cold in another location, and prices can be lower and you can turn those on. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is similar to the picture Michael had up previously. What I wanted to impart here with this graphic is really just to demonstrate PJM's placement in the electric system and how power is distributed. So sort of at the center point there between the generators themselves and the transmission lines, again, calling on generation, monitoring the flow of transmission lines as well. And then as the power steps down from the transmission lines, obviously it is delivered into homes and businesses, retail and use customers that you all typically have jurisdiction over. Next slide, please. All right, getting to the heart of the matter, industry paradigm shift. A lot is going on. I wouldn't say that the industry has ever been incredibly stagnant, but I would say that the pace of change and the fronts by which change is occurring is probably at an unprecedented level. We have a former CEO, Terry Boston, used to use a phrase that the future ain't what it used to be. I'm going to sort of come back to that in a minute, but it's really because each one of these 6 items up here, and I just picked these 6, are going to shape the industry, but we don't quite yet know with 100% determination about where that shape is going to go. We don't know the penetration ultimately of distributed energy resources. We don't know what the fuel swap is necessarily going to look like. We don't know where customer behavior is ultimately going to go over the next couple of decades. But as we're starting to think about process changes in the industry, it's about managing a little bit of the risk of being uncertain how any of these drivers is going to play out, and something that we're going to have to really be involved in and take due consideration. Next slide, please. All right, so given those various factors and others that weren't even listed on that last slide, about this time last year, PJM had been in the home stretch of concluding our 5-year strategic plan. And this is the upshot of that strategic plan put nicely into a graphic. Ultimately, it fills out into 3 major pillars, as we're terming them up top, and then there's some enabling foundations. So each of these have strategic initiatives that support all of these various components. And let me just talk about all 3 at the upper end, and then we'll get into the heart of the matter. So the first one is the facilitation of decarbonization. This is not about PJM being in a place to promote decarbonization policy, to push decarbonization policy, but it's a recognition that states are obviously moving toward an environment, not all, some states are moving toward an environment of wanting to decarbonize their electric sector in whole or in part. And large wholesale consumers, similarly, are also adjusting their preferences. So what is it about PJM's planning and market processes that can be done in order to better facilitate the decarbonization of the grid for those consumers and those citizens who have that requirement? I'm going to skip over grid of the future for a second because that's going to lead into the heart of the matter. But innovation is another pillar. Look, we operate markets. We're PJM is fundamental to open access of the transmission system. And one of the main metrics and one of the main objectives of markets is really about promoting innovation, innovative technologies, being able to put downward pressure on prices from existing status quo technologies, right? So when we talk about innovation from PJM's strategic standpoint, we're talking about how does PJM as a regional transmission organization operating the market, operating the power grid and planning the system, how do we become a platform to further promote innovation in the system? And then likewise, looking inwardly and saying, what is it about PJM that we do on a day-to-day basis that we can be more innovative in how we show up at the office? Finally, grid of the future. And this is where I go back to sort of that Terry Boston quote, the future ain't what it used to be. I say that because, we talk about grid of the future. I think it is fair to say, at least in PJM, I don't want to speak for others in the country, but at least in PJM, it's fair to say that grid of the future is something that can mean something different to whoever you're speaking with. And so one of the things we want to undertake is coming to a coalesced vision and description of what do we mean as a community, a PJM community, when we say the grid of the future. And I go back and say one of the main aspects of that, once we sort of coalesce around a determination of what that is, one of the main things we want to do is how do we sort of future-proof, to use a buzzword, but how do we future-proof any of our processes to be able to adapt and adjust to any of those previous drivers I said on the next slide, but make sure that we don't place bets if any of those future scenarios don't come to fruition or don't come at the speed with which we thought it might be. And when I say that, I mean, how is it that we're not locking in and making determinations that are going to require either asset investors or ultimately consumers to be on the hook for any decisions that are made around, quote, the grid of the future? So what does that mean for distribution planning? Well, let's take a look at DERs on the next slide and where we're going with the grid of the future, at least as it relates to distributed energy resources. So right now today, distributed energy resources do participate in PJM in a couple of functions. Number one is on the market side. We do offer markets that DERs are able to participate in. You see about a gigawatt or so, 1,000 megawatts of DERs participate today as demand response. So they get paid for coming off, their load comes off the system. So if you're a diesel generator at a hospital, you can participate in PJM's demand response program and get paid for doing so. We have about 2 gigawatts of generators that participate in as generators in PJM's energy and mostly the ancillary services markets. These tend to be resources that used to be PERPA assets. And then as those PERPA contracts rolled off, they ended up coming into the wholesale market. That's by and large the way DERs today participate in PJM's markets. But then from an inventory standpoint, where we went out and looked and said, well, how much DER is out there that we don't necessarily know about? There's about 10 gigawatts or so out there. And you're looking at rooftop PVs. You're looking at municipal electric utilities that have small generators that don't come up onto the transmission system. Process DERs and resilience DERs, these types of things that are on commercial applications that don't come into our markets. They're not part of the demand response environment, but they very much can and do get used for different purposes and have an effect on system planning and system operations and markets. Next slide, please. So that's the market aspect. The other aspect, and Dr. Mulligan talked a little bit about this, but it's about how do we account for distributed solar today in PJM's market. He indicated it's very important that we're factoring these in so that we don't overbuild the system. And fortunately, at least in PJM, we are factoring in existing distributed solar and the future growth of distributed solar. I won't run through this flow chart, but the upshot effectively is that we do have a robust process for us to try to take this into account. And what it does is it goes into our load forecast. And we use that load forecast for determining our resource adequacy requirement. How much steel in the ground do we need to meet future demands? And for determining future transmission build out. So effectively, that distributed solar is able to drop the load forecast and minimize our requirement for resource adequacy. It does it at the front end. The very first thing is the load forecast. Next slide, please. So this is the upshot of what that looks like. This is from last year, but it's a forecast out over the 15-year horizon that factors in the economics of DER in different locations against local retail electric tariffs, as well as policies that are in place that promote the adoption of DER solar. And so again, just an upshot here for where we foresee this going. Next slide, please. All right, rounding up here into the home stretch. So what do we do about the future, right? So this is how stuff promotes today, but there's certainly a future, and we see this stuff coming in, obviously, in larger clips, and it's going to be more and more impactful. So first thing is Order 2222 coming out of the FERC. We have a filing that's going to be due here in February 2022 that's really looking to promote and smooth the adoption of distributed resources coming into wholesale markets, operations, and planning. I won't read all of these components of it, but it touches on all these various issues. Excuse me. Suffice it to say, at PJM, we are working through with our state commissions as well as the broader stakeholder body to finalize what our filing can look like coming up in February. This is going to really drive how DERs are adopted in PJM in the future, as well as how PJM's processes can facilitate the inclusion of DERs. Next slide. Okay, so that's one side of the equation, right? It's being able to account for DERs and how they can impact system planning, system operations, and wholesale markets. But there's also a consideration here that, obviously the sun is not always shining as it relates to DERs, or at least distributed solar. And so what do we do about that, right? There is still going to be this requirement for some standby power from the electric grid, whether that's at night, whether that's at certain hours of the day, in the winter, certain times of the year. And so what we want to contemplate, and we're beginning this effort right now, is to start re-looking at and reevaluating the reliability attributes that we ask of our resources to provide. And I think that this is fairly important because the system mix previously was pretty two-dimensional, right? So nuclear, some gas, and putting those three types of assets together, where you had base load, mid-merit, and then peaking units, that type of a system mix, you had implicitly most of the reliability attributes that you needed to run a system. With the emergence of intermittent resources, more responsive load, which can be both positive and used to the benefit, but can also be upsetting a little bit to what we're dispatching. These are all components that we want to factor in and identify and say, as resources are coming off of the system and as we're being more and more reliant on intermittent resources, does the bulk electric power system resource mix still maintain certain reliability attributes that we're going to need regardless of whether 60, 70, 80% of the day we're relying on intermittent resources? And so that's the effort. Again, we're only at the early stages of sort of asking some of these questions. What am I talking about with reliability attributes? It could be flexibility. How many times can I start up a unit in a day? It could be lead time. Do I have to give them 20 minutes notice, or do I have to give them 8 hours notice to start up? So these are the types of things we want to be thinking about to make sure that we're incenting and doing it in an engineeringly rigorous manner, that we're not just buckshotting and saying we need a real lot of these types of reliability attributes, but being precise and surgical with the intermittent resources we see coming onto the system, and therefore the attributes that have to provide that potential. Next slide. All right, in conclusion, 3 points. Industry is changing, probably the most oversimplified statement of the day. Number 2, PJM must evaluate its existing processes to assess what are reasonable and balanced modifications where appropriate because of these changes. And then number 3, the emergence of DER really represent one example of these modifications. DERs have modest interaction today with PJM. Order 2222 is going to both fuel and facilitate how DERs come onto the system and interact with the system. And then the fuel mix, is it providing the reliability attributes that the bulk electric system is going to be called upon to provide as more and more intermittent resources come onto the system? Thank you, Commissioner. With that, I conclude.
Thank you, Tim. You hit on a lot of points for us to think about. And I encourage the audience out there to be ready with your questions. Next, we bring to you Zach Smith. Zach is Vice President of Systems and Resource Planning with NYSO, and he is responsible for the oversight and implementation of system planning and strategic initiatives for the New York State transmission system. Since joining NYSO in 2004, he has spearheaded numerous renewable integration and transmission planning, and he actively represents the NYSO and interregional coordination committees. Zach, we'll let you bring us home.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to the council for the invite today. The prior 2 panelists, Michael and Tim, really did a great job covering key topics. In fact, it had me think of a slide that I wish I would have included in my deck that I'm about to show you. So I'll do a little ad-libbing as I go through. So again, thank you for being part of the conversation. Let's just dive right into it. Again, I'm Vice President of System Resource Planning here at the NYSO. Go ahead to the next slide. NYSO's mission, similar to PJM's, maintain reliability, plan efficiently, run an efficient market. We'll get into all of that here in a moment. Next slide, please. So a few highlights. I don't think there's anything unique necessarily here in New York compared to across the rest of the country, and the challenges that we're facing and the exciting changes that are happening to the grid. Starting at a bulk level, certainly a challenge that we're facing here in New York is we have an aging grid that was never designed to deliver the resources as they're being built out now and as the system is changing. And so certainly a challenge that we have here in New York is regarding our transmission infrastructure. And when I say transmission, I mean, I use that term very broadly. It doesn't only cover the typical use of transmission. And in the case of New York, our backbone grid is primarily 345 kV. But transmission nowadays is really starting to get into the lower voltage level. And to this panel's topic, it requires a lot of coordination all the way down onto the distribution level, particularly when we start considering the types of resources that are coming onto the grid. Many decades ago, it would just be large power plants connecting primarily into the bulk grid, and then using the grid to deliver that power from the bulk level down to the distribution system. Now, the challenge we face is it's going in all directions, and the system needs to be able to accommodate that. Next slide, please. One key way that we are looking to address this, and Tim touched on this for PJM. Once again, New York's not alone in this. For those of us ISOs, RTOs that have a market, it's really important for our markets to be utilized to incentivize the right behavior, to incentivize where investment is needed, to send the right signals in terms of performance. I heard Tim use a term that we're also using here in New York, and that's attributes or reliability attributes, identifying what needs to be done in terms of operating the grid reliably and structuring our markets in such a way to send the right signals for how all the different pieces of the grid should be operated to maintain reliability. And that is a real challenge for us going forward, especially when we think about distributed resources. And I'll come back to that at the end of my presentation. Next slide, please. So I'll highlight in my presentation forecasting. I think there are a lot of challenges regarding distributed resources coming onto the system. And at least here in New York, the way we are approaching it is primarily looking at forecasting, at least in terms of planning for it. It really gets to a lot of what Dr. Milligan touched upon in his presentation. How do we plan the system for these resources? How do we plan for their variability? It used to be, as he said, that you would plan for a single peak day. And like this slide here shows in New York what our peak demand forecast is. But there's so much more to it than just what a simple chart here will show. And it really gets to, on an hour by hour basis, what energy, what gaps you have to fill. And it's really important to think about not only on an energy basis. You could easily, take some energy total for the year, what your megawatt hours, gigawatt hours total are that you need for a given year or that you expect out of a given resource in a given year. There's so much more detail behind that. And that's one of the slides I now wish I would have included. It's really important to think about these snapshots in time. The way we've planned the system for many years is thinking about a snapshot in time, but primarily focusing on the peak day. Peak day is still going to be incredibly important. And that's really the primary point here on this slide, that here in New York, at least, as we're thinking about the changes to the distribution system, the changes in the nature of load, we expect that, right now we're a summer peaking system. We expect that within 20 years, we're going to become a winter peaking system because of electrification, electric vehicles, that type of thing. And it's going to change the nature of how we have to plan. But it's not only about, switching from, okay, now I'm going from looking at a day in July now to looking at a day in whenever, January or February. It's not that simple. I wish it were, for my sake. What it is we're going to have to look at the entire year and think about, as resources vary through time, at any given time, what's the biggest gap in a given hour or a given period of hours where you need to fill that gap because the sun's not shining or the wind's not blowing or other drivers where maybe there's a higher load demand during that time because of electric vehicles or because of electrified heating. And it's going to be really important to consider that going forward, not just focusing on one peak period. But just to focus one more time on this slide, it is going to really dramatically change how we have to go about planning, where right now, it's somewhat simplified that we can focus in on the typical assumptions of a summer day. And on today's grid, that is almost always our most, our tightest day, our most conservative day is on a summer peak day. As we go through the next 20 years, it's really going to become the entire year that we're going to be concerned about. Next slide, please. So I just touched on this just to give all of you a sense on what we're looking at for New York. We've been paying very close attention to adoption rate of electric vehicles, not just on the personal level, how many people are driving Teslas and that type of thing, but also from a city and government level, the adoption rate of buses and medium to heavy duty vehicles. All of that is going to drive the electric load load going forward. And part of the way that we forecast that is also looking at the adoption rate of charging stations, stations along the highway and really everywhere. The adoption rate of charging stations at people's homes gives you a good sense as to what that load and demand may be. And then once again, touching on energy versus peak or energy versus capacity, that's what this one single chart is attempting to show, is that through time, if you look at the bars on this chart, the bars show what our projection is for annual energy usage from electric vehicles as we go through time. So you can see that climbing and climbing and climbing through time, of course, what you would expect as the increased adoption of electric vehicles. But what's interesting is to also think about what effect it has on the peak. A lot of this has to do with the coincidence factor of when do you expect people may be charging their vehicles, and how does that impact what your summer peak will be and what your winter peak will be. Another aspect of it is just the inefficiency of batteries in colder temperatures, and how that can affect the charging. But that coincidence factor, there's a footnote. If you were to look at a report where we use this chart, there's a footnote to it that really highlights that this is highly dependent on policy making. You could have a policy about time of use rates that could better incentivize usage of electric vehicles to kind of avoid the coincidence factor of electric vehicles hitting at the same time of that peak. And that's something always to consider going forward in terms of policy making that could help drive energy efficiency, basically. Next slide, please. Here I'll highlight really what I wanted to talk about in terms of my missing slide. This will show what this here shows is for solar. Behind the meter solar, we have taken strides over the last number of years to forecast and understand how much solar installation there is across New York State behind the meter. What's on people's rooftops. Also, there's community solar. How much of that is there out there, and then incorporating that into our daily operations and having a solar forecast on a daily and hourly basis, and actually having solar on dispatch where changes can be made operationally to the grid in response to changes in solar production. And really what I want to highlight, recently here in New York, we conducted a climate change study thinking about what could happen to the grid looking out 10, 20, 30 years, considering the resilience of the grid for extreme weather events, and also taking into consideration some of the policies here in New York, a primary one being in New York, our Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, or CLCPA, calls for an emission-free grid by 2040. And for any of us in the industry, we know that that would be an incredible challenge, a laudable challenge, but an incredible challenge to get to that point. And what we highlighted in our climate change study is that in order to get to that, we find that as the prior two panelists touched upon, that there's a gap in energy. There's a gap that would need to be filled by something, that when you take into consideration what you expect out of wind and solar and other resources and their variability, that in the end, we found that about 10% of the energy needs to be filled with something. And what we focused in is the term that Tim used, what reliability attributes do we need? We need dispatchability. We need, quick response, quick start. We need resources that can be available to you when the wind suddenly stops blowing, when a cloud comes over and the sun stops shining. We need that available quickly. So on an energy basis, is 10%, but on a capacity basis, it's actually pretty large. You need that capacity available to you at a moment's notice to pick up that gap. And then it might go away in the following hour. So, when you put together the math for a whole year on an energy basis, it may not be that significant, but it might take a significant investment in some type of what we call dispatchable emission-free resources, and to have that capacity available to you on the system in order to maintain reliability. And that's where I thought Dr. Milligan really made a good point about considering the energy. Today, from a resource adequacy perspective, we consider loss of load events, as he described. And I think it's going to be important going forward to consider not only for those events, how many events you have. Right now, our criteria in New York is one event in 10 years, but what's the duration of that event? And what's your expected unserved energy associated with those events? And should we have criteria that we're designing the system to for both the bulk system and the distribution system to take into consideration that loss of load expectation from an hourly standpoint, from an energy standpoint? And I think he really made some good points on that. I'll put in a plug right now. We're actually really highlighting that closely in our planning study that we're about to publish this year. Keep an eye out for our comprehensive reliability plan in November. That'll be touching upon that quite a bit. I'll just get through my last few slides. We can go to the next slide. This gets into storage. I'll actually skip over that. It's making the same points I've already made. Storage will be a big piece out of all of this and will contribute to energy usage, but also can contribute as a solution. Next slide, please. So just to touch importantly on what we're doing from a market perspective, as I hit upon at the beginning of my presentation, we're really ramping up our forecasting capabilities long-term all the way up to real-time forecasting, and then that feeds into our market design. So we are seeking to change our market design to incentivize the right kind of behavior. To use as an example what I was just describing, we need to be able to incentivize attributes for ramping and for quick start and for those types of dispatchable emission-free resources so that the market has the right investment signals to come in, make that investment, have those resources available to us. And actually, a lot of those resources that we're going to need in the future, they may not be commercially available today. So it provides, the market signal to go off and do the right R&D to get them up to a commercially viable solution. So we are working very diligently in our markets to provide those kind of signals, and we think that that's the right approach, is to, through our markets, send those signals, and then through our planning, provide all the right information to stakeholders as to what we project for the next 20 years so that they can make those right investment signals. Next slide, please. So just to touch directly on the distribution aspect, even prior to Order 2222, we at the NISO have been pursuing integration of DER into our markets. We've been working on it, I believe, since 2016. What this diagram here shows is really kind of what we're landing on, where you have aggregators that participate in wholesale, they participate in retail, and there will necessarily be a coordination between the wholesale and bulk side of planning and markets and the distribution side of markets and planning. And it will require close coordination between, for us, like the NISO, the utilities that are managing the distribution system, the aggregators that are involved, and everyone in between, basically. And to that point, I'll get to my last slide. Next slide, please. This diagram just shows, the concept of how we're implementing this, where in close coordination with utilities in New York, NISO and the utilities will identify transmission nodes on the transmission grid that correlate to regions of aggregations of DERs. And so then those aggregations of DERs are assigned to those transmission nodes. That will define how they participate in our markets, but it also helps define how we will plan the grid, plan the transmission grid, and in close coordination with the utilities, plan the distribution grid to provide for the integration of these DERs into the entire electric grid and electric market, so that there really isn't a division necessarily between bulk and local or bulk and distribution. And I'll end my presentation there. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Zach, since you were last man up, I want to pick up on something you mentioned there and just ask you if you were looking into your crystal ball of the future. What's the zero emitting load following resource that you see? And anybody else who wants to pick up on that question can as well, but I thought I'd ask Zach.
Yeah, great challenging question. I'm happy to punt it to the other panelists as well. But yeah, I think in my mind, the right answer is it has to be an all-in solution. And to me, the kind of things that'll be looked at is energy efficiency. In general, what kind of signals do you want to send directly to demand, for people to cut demand at given times if you want to address it that way. But then on the resource side, once again, to highlight what I was focused on, I mean, to me, it's a matter of forecasting and understanding what you should expect out of that behind the meter solar and any other behind the meter resource. What do you expect out of it? And the better you're forecasting, the better you'll be able to manage the grid and send the right signals for the right resources. In the end, to that 10% that I was referring to of what we're calling dispatchable emission-free resources, kind of what I hinted at, there's limited availability of commercially available technology right now, but definitely ones that have been talked about are hydrogen or a renewable natural gas, whatever you want to call it, where something like that can have the same attributes. Again, that is the term we've been using. It has the same attributes as today's fossil units. Where they're dispatchable, you can count on them for a long period of time. Clearly storage can be part of the solution, but the concern there is how much storage do you need? How big is that battery bank that you need in order to provide for the megawatt hours that you need? The duration of that need may be quite long. As we've looked at the problem in New York, specifically in New York City, we found that at least absent any large transmission investment, we would have load pockets in New York City that could have needs reaching 12 to 14 hours. So that's pretty difficult to deal with from a storage standpoint without building a lot of batteries. So that's where, in my opinion, it's really an all-in solution, and not to ignore what to me is a really big part of it is the transmission aspect. The more you can do with wire where you don't encounter constraints from one point to the next throughout the grid, where you're able to take all of the resources in your pool and use them as efficiently as possible. I mean, that really, to me, is the whole point of transmission, and thinking of transmission in its broadest sense, not just at the highest kV level. And I think that's going to be the way we go about it, but it's going to be a challenge.
All right. Does anybody else want to jump in on that one?
I agree completely. And I think this is an all-in solution. And this may be a little bit of a tired analogy, but we think about the stock market and how you want diversity in your stock portfolio. And I think it's the same thing here. Wind and solar aren't going to be able to do it all. Storage can't do it all. I mean, and I think we need to look at all of these resources collectively. And I also want to sort of congratulate PJM and New York ISO, because I hope I didn't give the impression that this stuff is really simple. It isn't. So we've got a couple of bullet points on a slide that somebody could make a career out of. So it's a difficult problem, but I think we're kind of going in the right direction by and I agree that the power system industry is going through change faster than it probably ever has, and so it's going to be a challenge. But I think we're slowly going in the right direction.
Only thing I'll offer real quickly, I agree with everything that's been said. When I think about it from our standpoint, I think about all the studies that look at the integration, particularly of renewables and intermittent resources. Each one has a fundamental premise of more active load response, more active demand management than what's occurring today. And that, in my mind, is sort of what I continue to think about, is how do we extract that out of our existing demand customers and actually get them participating on the demand side of the equation very actively to be able to help mitigate some of those issues.
Well, I see in your presentations and what you've had to say that we're talking about a lot of complexities in forecasting and that kind of thing. And we know that good and improved modeling is a key to where we want to go. And with that, we need good data and lots more of it, that kind of thing. Have you thought about the role of and the need for artificial intelligence or kind of machine learning and how that might fit into this business of aligning planning and coordination between the distribution and bulk power systems? Tim.
Yeah, sure. So yes, that's actually when I talked about the strategic initiative and I talked about that innovation pillar. That's kind of where we factor that in and we have a lot of pilots right now going on and working groups here at PJM, parallel testing how we can use machine learning to improve, particularly the forecast of intermittent resources as well as the longer term load forecasting that's going on. So there's some efforts underway right there. We also want to see what are the different criteria that are resulting in common mode failure outages or clusters of outages as well. So 100% thinking about it, but have a lot of work to do on there.
All right.
If I could add, I agree completely. Yes. I think one other aspect of it could be the kind of thing like if you have a smart thermostat today at Nest or something like that, it sort of learns over time what who's coming and going and all of that sort of stuff. And I think about the tremendous potential for electric vehicles because we're not just, this is not a one-way street where we're pumping electrons into the vehicle battery. We can use that as a resource. And I recently saw an advertisement, I think it was a Ford F-150 that allegedly can provide a household with energy for how many days. That's fairly extreme, but we can get a lot of grid services if we have these smart batteries basically that are hooked up to the grid, and we have locations that may benefit more than others. But I think machine learning would be a really great, and I think we're already working on that.
Yeah, I totally agree. Not much else to add other than I'll just say that, yeah, I mean, the feedback loop of learning is important, the machine learning and just in the overall forecasting. I mean, as I mentioned here in New York, we have really advanced solar forecasting and solar on dispatch, and same for wind forecasting, wind on dispatch. And a lot of that came from all of the work that went into the longer term forecasting, building up to the real time. But now it's as a result of actually experiencing it and having that feedback into the forecasting models and perpetually having that improvement as you go on and learning from it. And then it also gets to what Dr. Milligan just mentioned is having a solid understanding as to the technology out there and the policy, and how the policy may drive behavior and taking that into consideration. It's all going to be important.
All right, and I see I'm really close on my time of having to turn this back over to Carrie, but one last question kind of keyed off of what Dr. Milligan brought up. He mentioned that policymakers and customers need to work together to develop new reliability targets. What's the starting point for getting to those targets? Is it with the regulators and the legislators as representatives in the process, or do we need to do more to bring up other stakeholders, get it more at a ground level with customers? How do we get them involved and able to participate fully in the conversation? Start with you, Dr. Milligan, since I keyed it off of.
Well, I shouldn't have raised such a hard question. I think you want a broad set of stakeholders, because at the end of the day, we're making a decision, a sort of a policy decision about how much reliability we are going to buy, and unfortunately, individuals are going to have different answers to that. And so, some sort of a stakeholder process, maybe running it through a commission process. I don't know exactly how that should be done, but we need to get a lot of views. You've got, industrial customers, many of which already have their own, backup generators, but, they should also be a part of that. But certainly the household, consumer, office, we just, I think we can also bring some other things to bear, like, look at some existing outages, or not existing, but past outages, and take a look at, what sort of the economic damage and the other types of damages that occur if it's a 2-hour, 4-hour, 6-hour, 24-hour outage. And we can use some rules of thumb, I think, to start and then get stakeholders involved.
All right. Tim or Zach, you?
I'm certainly in the question stage mode right now. I'll just offer that. I mean, I'm thinking about this, and these are great questions. Great question, Dr. Milligan, and one that we need to be considering. I'm thinking about it from, sort of public policy standpoint as well, which is if I don't use DERs on my own house, am I paying for higher levels of reliability that my neighbor's causing me to have it? So that's where my mind is going to, is starting to think through how do we untangle some of these decisions where you're right, we're going to have a conversation about the levels of reliability that are going to be required and how ultimately those costs get allocated.
Yeah, I'll just
And I think
add to my earlier point about it being an all-in solution. I mean, that means it's an all-in stakeholder process to figure out what the solution is. And once again, here in New York, I mean, we always pride ourselves on our stakeholder process, and it really is every voice in that room matters when it comes to figuring out these, what the solution will be to all of these challenges in the next 10 to 20 years. And then also to another aspect of your question, Commissioner, I think it almost gets to, I am no behavioral economist or psychologist, but I would think it somehow gets to that, where you think about, well, what will drive the behavior of all loads, including retail, residential loads, and what incentivizes behavior on their part. To Dr. Milligan's point before, like with a Nest thermostat, what are we learning from them? But then in turn, what can they learn, from information? Can the information be provided to them to convince them that there is a real benefit to, perhaps changing their behavior somehow? I'd be really interested to hear people's thoughts on that in some conversation.
All right, well, we have several other questions in the chat, but we sort of need to wrap this one up, and we think we can address those questions in our end of the day discussion if that's all right with everybody. One that I really want to think about is one that Tim raised about. He phrased it as, what point in the future does maintaining our current structure of compensation create reliability concerns? But it almost reminds me, I think he was also the one who talked about Terry Boston's quote about the future, it's not the future of the past, or the future looks different, that kind of thing. And so my question almost is, is that point in the past, that we already passed that point where we put reliability at issue? But I'll hold off because I know we need to try to stick to schedule. So I thank you all for your great insight and discussion here, and I'm going to hand it back off to Carrie.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commissioner Brown-Bland, for moderating that past session. We are going to go to a break until 2 o'clock. I would like to give you as much time on break as possible, the full 10 minutes. So I will introduce the next moderator at 2 o'clock. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for returning after the break. We heard earlier from two regional operators on their approach to comprehensive planning, and we are looking forward to hearing from utilities in this session. At the moment, I would like to introduce the moderator for the session, which is on utility comprehensive planning examples and case studies. Michael Dowd is the Director of Air and Renewable Energy Division for the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. In that position, Mr. Dowd oversees the air quality planning, permitting, compliance, monitoring, and mobile source programs, as well as the Small Renewable Energy Permit by Rule program for the Commonwealth. Mr. Dowd is a co-chair of the Enforcement Committee of the National Association of Clean Air Agencies, or as we like to call them, NACA. Mr. Dowd, please take over moderating the session. Can't hear you yet. You're still muted.
Well, you'd think after a year and a half, I'd know that by now. Thank you very much, Carrie. I hope you all can hear me now. Welcome, everyone. I'm Mike Dowd, Director of the Air and Renewable Energy Division for the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. In this session, two utility operators will present emerging approaches to aligning processes and plans across customer, distribution, resource, transmission planning to maintain reliability and resilience fundamentals while achieving state and company goals. Now, in case you're wondering why an environmental regulator is moderating a session entitled Utility Comprehensive Planning Examples and Case Studies, you would understand if you listened to Chris Ayers from the North Carolina Commission yesterday. It's because electric system planning is now very important to environmental regulators like myself, who bear much of the responsibility for seeing to it that their states achieve ambitious zero carbon generation goals. For example, my state of Virginia now has a stringent renewable portfolio standard and a statutory goal of achieving zero carbon electric generation by mid-century. The Virginia Department of Environmental Quality has been specifically charged by statute to work alongside our colleagues at the Virginia Department of Energy to study and develop recommendations on how to achieve that goal by 2045, at least cost to ratepayers. Sounds like systems planning at a very high level, doesn't it? That work is going on as we speak. A public engagement process is underway, and those recommendations are due to the General Assembly by the end of the year. Another potential point of intersection between environmental regulators and electric system planning is in respect to equity. For example, the recently enacted Virginia Environmental Justice Act defines environment as the natural, cultural, social, economic, and political assets or components of a community. This definition goes far beyond the meaning of environment as traditionally understood by environmental regulatory agencies. How concepts of environmental justice ultimately will affect electric system planning for utilities right now is unknown, but will certainly play a role in the siting of new transmission lines and large-scale renewable energy projects. Environmental justice is already a significant matter for environmental regulators, particularly as we may be asked by our legislatures to take on a regulatory role that goes beyond what could be considered strictly environmental. So I will be listening very attentively today. We have two great speakers from two very different electric utilities. Our first speaker is Nathan Gagnon from Duke Energy. Nate is an integrated planning coordinator in Duke Energy's Integrated System Planning and Operations Organization. He joined Duke Energy in 2016 as a member of the Midwest IRP team, and has broad experience in planning and strategy across a variety of power market structures, from the vertically integrated, fully regulated environment in the Carolinas to vertically integrated utilities operating in RTOs to fully deregulated markets. Our second speaker is Colton Ching from Hawaiian Electric. Colton is Senior Vice President of Planning and Technology. He has responsibility for planning Hawaiian Electric's 100% renewable energy grid and for the procurement of cost-effective, reliable, and resilient renewable generation. I will now turn things over to Nate.
All right, great. Thank you, Mike. And thank you to the NCEP for this opportunity to speak a bit about Duke Energy's approach to comprehensive electricity planning. So as Mike said, I'm Nate Gagnon, and I work in the Integrated System and Operations Planning, or ISOP group at Duke Energy. And I'm going to discuss some of the nuts and bolts of the process we're developing and the complexity and the challenges involved, how we're addressing those issues. And right at the start, I should say that integrated planning is still very much a work in progress at Duke. And so everything I want to talk about is all stuff that's still under development. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's go to the next slide. So first, a little context. Duke has regulated utilities serving customers in 6 states. But for this presentation, I'm going to focus on the Carolinas region because that's where we're developing our integrated planning capabilities first. We have 2 vertically integrated utilities in the region, Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas, or DEP and DEC. And they both operate in both North and South Carolina. So you have 2 balancing authorities governed by 2 state regulatory authorities. And so the coordination and collaboration that are vital for integrated planning aren't anything new to us here. We serve a combined Carolinas peak load in the neighborhood of 30 to 35,000 megawatts. And we're winter planning, which means that cold winter mornings are our most challenging times from a generation resource standpoint. Let's go to the next slide. And so really the integrated planning effort at Duke is rooted in our goal of achieving net zero carbon by 2050. And so we're working to develop the holistic system analysis that we'll need to be able to reach that goal. The goal informs our integrated resource plans, which lay out the potential generation pathways. And then many of those pathways represent pretty substantial changes to the generation mix over time. And so we need to be able to evaluate the grid implications of those changes and understand the investments we'll need to make on the system beyond just generation in order to make those paths possible. And then in addition to that, excuse me, we need to be able to do the kind of integrated system analysis that'll allow us to get the most out of emerging resource types that can provide value across generation, transmission, and distribution. And in particular, I'm talking about non-traditional grid solutions, sometimes also called non-wires alternatives. And the most obvious one is energy storage, but over time that could also include things like innovative rate structures or other customer programs. And ISOP sits kind of in the middle of this and supports the alignment and coordination across our planning functions. And we're also supporting the development and implementation of the new tools and processes that we need to do this kind of holistic system plan. I'm going to talk next about analyzing the grid implications, then I'm going to move on a little after that to talk about assessing potential non-traditional solutions. So let's go to the next slide. So as far as grid implications, first I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the challenges and the complexity involved, and then I'm going to talk about how we're addressing some of those issues. So from a grid analysis standpoint, let's say you have a generation plan or potential pathway, and it shows substantial changes to the resource mix over time. And now you want to know what grid investments you'll need to make to be able to go down that path and what those might cost. Now, when you look to broaden the scope of your analysis to include the grid side of things, everything gets much more complicated very quickly. So I want to talk about some of the differences between generation analysis and grid analysis. Now, for starters, generation planning is location agnostic. You don't need to know where your new resources are going to be located in order to do your generation planning. But when you get to grid analysis, all of a sudden location gets very important, and you need to be able to identify the point at which each future resource, each generating station, each solar plant, each wind farm, each battery is going to connect to your grid. And so just setting up the analysis is a whole other project. And then another thing is that generation models will propose solutions for your projected capacity and energy needs. So you'll put in your load and your fuel forecasts and all that kind of thing. And a capacity expansion model will say, hey, I think that you should build a solar farm in 2026, and maybe you need a combustion turbine over there. On the transmission side, the transmission models are only going to tell you what you broke. They're not going to tell you how to fix it. And then it's up to the planner to identify potential solutions and then implement those solutions in the model and rerun it to make sure they work. And sometimes those solutions are obvious and sometimes they're not. And then there's the fact that all of the moving pieces that you have on the generation side are just a subset of what's going on in grid space, right? Where you have things like evolving NERC standards and demand side changes. And then of course, there's always the regular maintenance projects that are happening on an ongoing basis. So you've got all of that going on when you broaden your scope to include the grid. And then because we're doing long-term planning, we're going to need to do scenario analysis. And so you can just go ahead and take all that complexity and multiply it by the number of scenarios you want to run. And so what we really need is some kind of grid shorthand, a happy medium maybe, where you're incorporating enough detail to get the insights that you need, but not so much that you're snowed under in an unmanageable workload. And so that's one of the things that we're currently pursuing. So let's go to the next slide. And so when we think about reducing that analytical lift, one of the first things you can do is just to limit the total scope of work, right? So maybe you have, say, 6 different generation pathways you want to evaluate, as we did in our 2020 IRPs. But you might be able to cover the range of grid impacts with just a few grid model cases. And maybe you can do that by focusing on key underlying themes in those generation pathways. So maybe the extent to which a given pathway relies on centralized versus a distributed generation mix, or maybe the degree of operational flexibility in your resource mix. And then you can define a smaller number of grid scenarios that fit that range. And then also focusing on those themes should allow you to keep your grid cases consistent over time. So if next year we want to evaluate a new set of generation pathways, but from a grid standpoint, they're not too dissimilar from the ones we ran this year, then maybe we don't have to run all new grid analysis. Maybe we can update the existing work rather than having to start over. And then going back to what we were talking about earlier, in terms of trying to get just enough detail, but not too much, we need to determine where that threshold is, right? So how much can 2 potential generation pathways diverge before you need a new grid analysis? What's our tolerance for deviation? And what are the changes on the generation side that are going to exceed that tolerance? And then finally, as we start to get results out of this analysis, we want to be able to distinguish between grid investments that could be required across multiple generation pathways versus those that are going to be necessary only in 1 or 2 cases, so we can do appropriate risk analysis. And so we started down this path in our 2020 IRPs by evaluating the grid impacts of major generation changes on an individual basis. So what happens if you retire this coal station and you don't add back replacement generation at that site? What happens if you add 10,000 megawatts of solar to the system? That kind of thing. And now we're working to build on that and assess the interaction of those changes across the transmission network. All right, so that's kind of the grid analysis piece in a very small nutshell. So let's move on to talking about evaluating non-traditional solutions. Let's go to the next slide. And I think we can go again. Yeah. All right. So this slide, again, now we're looking at non-traditional solutions out on the grid. And this slide gives an overview of the criteria we're experimenting with as we look for opportunities to deploy non-traditional solutions. And in this case, we're looking at specifically storage resources on the distribution system. And so we're comparing our forecasted circuit loads to equipment ratings to see when and where overloads might occur and where a battery might help defer the need for a traditional upgrade. And what we're looking for when we're thinking about battery solutions is we want peaky load shapes, because sharp peaks can help limit the duration of the battery you need, and therefore limit the cost of that battery solution. And then we also want to look at load growth, not just load, because if you have a circuit that's experiencing rapid load growth, then the period for which you might be able to defer that traditional upgrade with a battery might be too short to make that battery solution cost effective. And then in terms of stacking generation value on top of the value you might get from deferring a distribution upgrade, we want to look for circuits where the load is either highly correlated with the system load. So a battery that's operating to meet local needs is also helping at the system level because those needs are aligned. Or you want to find circuits where the local load or the local need doesn't overlap at all with system need. And so that way, potentially, you could have a battery solution that is serving local needs at totally different times than you have system needs. And so it can operate separately to serve those two separate categories of needs. And if you look at the chart on the right there, that shows a circuit that overloads in the summer. And that's not uncommon because you can see that the equipment ratings are lower in the summer because it's hot than in the winter. And so, so that's showing a circuit that overloads in the summer, but has headroom in January and February. And so in a case like that, you might be able to deploy a battery solution that operates in the summer to meet local needs, and then is free in most of the winter to meet system needs. And so again, this is all still under development, and we're testing new tools and forecasts that will allow us to screen all 4,400 distribution circuits in the Carolinas for these types of potential opportunities. Let's go to the next slide. Once you do that screening and you need to identify some of the opportunities and evaluate them, you have a process that's illustrated in this flow chart. And there are just a couple things that I want to highlight. And first, in the green box is our Advanced Distribution Planning Toolset, or ADP. And this is a tool that automates time series power flow analysis, which is a really time-consuming process. And so that automation allows us to look hourly across 8760. And I know in the last panel, we talked about how important it is to look beyond just the peak hour or a peak day. And then also look out several years in time. Our forecasts at the circuit level go out 10 years. And so that allows much more rapid circuit evaluation than is possible today, and will allow us to identify potential candidates for non-traditional solutions much more efficiently. And this tool is still being refined and tested. But as it gets up and running, those three groups on the left, our battery or energy storage development team, the ISOP team, and our distribution planning team, are collaborating to develop and supply the inputs that you need for this kind of technical analysis in terms of distribution system characteristics, energy storage system characteristics, and kind of that holistic view that ISOP can help provide. And then the other, speaking of holistic views, the other thing I wanted to highlight on this slide is that generation planning box over on the right. And as battery projects are identified and evaluated, the ISOP team is going to collaborate with the generation planning team to determine how and when those projects should be included in IRP analysis. And then you also see the arrow coming out of generation planning. And that's where information on the potential value of generation services that the battery might provide. So the battery's being deployed to serve a grid purpose, but then maybe it can also provide generation value. And so information on that value comes out of the generation planning process and gets passed back to inform those initial screening and economic evaluations. All right, let's go to the next slide. So this is a look at the same process, but on the transmission side. And so the same principles apply in terms of energy storage and stacked value and the kinds of things we might be looking for, but the analysis is quite different given the complex nature of the transmission network and governance by NERC planning and performance standards, right? So there are a couple of key differences that I wanted to mention here. And the first is just that the whole process starts with identified transmission needs. So things that the planners have already flagged. The kind of system-wide top-down screening that might work across radial distribution feeders isn't really feasible for the networked transmission system. So we start with that list of identified issues, and then we review those to look for candidates for potential non-traditional solutions. So first we need to determine whether the battery can even solve the issue, whether a battery project is feasible given the time frame of the need and other considerations. And then at a super high level, is the standard solution or the traditional solution expensive enough to warrant going down the path of evaluating a battery? And then for candidates that pass that screen, we move on to the more detailed technical and economic analysis. And that's similar to the kind of analysis that you might do for a distribution project. And then the second thing that I wanted to mention is that the transmission network presents additional challenges in terms of the size and the cost of potential battery solutions. And one reason is that the impact of that battery quickly gets diluted as you move away from the point on the network at which it's connected. So if you think of the node where you connect the battery as sort of like the hub in a wheel, then you can imagine how the impact of the battery operations will be diffused across all of the different spokes, which are the transmission lines that extend out from that point. And so that can mean maybe that the battery needs to be substantially oversized relative to a given transmission need in order to achieve the desired impact on one particular element of the network. Again, because the impacts of the charging and discharging of the battery are dispersed. All right, let's go to the next slide. And so I've talked in a little detail about the analytical aspects of comprehensive planning. And I want to use the last couple slides to talk about alignment and coordination across our organization and with external stakeholders. So let's go to the next one. This chart is a simplified illustration of the coordinated processes that we're developing. And yeah, it's pretty busy with the arrows connecting everything to everything else. But in a certain sense, that's exactly what we need to do, right? That's the coordination that we're looking for. And so again, I want to point out just a couple aspects here. In that left-hand column, you have all the data and forecasts that underpin the analysis I'm talking about. And one of those boxes is labeled forecast, and this is a new thing. This is our circuit level load forecasting that we're just starting to deploy. And this is a key component to enable the sort of detailed distribution analysis and grid analysis more generally that I'm talking about. And then kind of in the same vein, at the bottom of that middle column, you'll see a box that's labeled ISOP data system. And that refers to all of the data infrastructure that we're building to kind of pull together all of the system data that we have and the forecasts that we develop and make them available to the growing community of planners across several functions who are going to need that as we move to this more integrated planning structure. And then on the right, you can see that while we expect to keep producing separate plans for generation, transmission, and distribution, each one is going to be informed by information and analysis from the other planning functions. And each one may incorporate multi-use resources that are providing value or serving needs at several levels of the system. And one of ISOP's main roles as we are building this out is to design and run case studies and tabletop demonstrations that help guide the development of these tools, help figure out what works, what doesn't, what might be possible, what probably isn't, and then helps test the functionality as these new things become available. Let's go on to the next slide. And here, staying on the topic of alignment and coordination, I just want to wrap up by mentioning some of what we have going on in terms of engaging with external stakeholders, from regulators to wholesale and retail customers, customer advocates, and other stakeholders. And so we've been conducting an ISOP stakeholder process for a few years now, and there's a related process for the IRPs, where we meet in open, and obviously lately it's been virtual forums, with a third-party facilitator to discuss our goals, to provide progress updates, and to solicit stakeholder feedback and input on our methods and the direction of our efforts. And then in addition to that, I think it was mentioned yesterday, the North Carolina Utilities Commission periodically holds technical conferences to do deeper dives into some of these topics. And we got one of those coming up at the end of this month. And then we also have several ongoing separate but related efforts with other stakeholder groups, things like the North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative, where load serving entities in the state work together with a stakeholder advisory group to evaluate transmission plans. And then another one is a collaboration on a climate risk study that's just getting off the ground. And then as we go along, we're also working to improve our information sharing and communication with stakeholders in other ways. And I've got just a couple of examples here on this slide. On the right, you can see our distributed generation guidance map, which gives a view of congestion across our distribution system for stakeholders who are interested in distributed energy resources and their deployment. And then on the left is our portfolio screening tool, which is up on our website. And it can help users of the tool get a sense of what goes into generation planning. And it allows them to propose a generation resource mix and then run a simple optimization function that shows how that mix might have served hourly load during an actual historical peak, historical period. And so that's a week-long period. And because it came up on the last panel, I just want to reiterate the point that it's not enough to plan to a single peak hour or peak day. And that's part of what that portfolio screening tool is designed to illustrate. And here in the Carolinas, a lot of the heating is electric. And like I said, we're winter planning. And so a prolonged cold snap can give us overnight low demand that's higher than some of our normal daytime peak demand. And so the resource mix has to be able to get us through several challenging days or maybe even a week before we get a chance to catch our breath, so to speak. So anyway, the next slide has my contact information. I think this stuff is super interesting, so I'm happy to follow up if anyone wants to discuss anything that we don't get to cover in Q&A. Mike, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Nate. I think we'll go to our second speaker. I want to make sure Colton has equal time, and we'll still have a lot of time for questions and answers afterwards. So I'll turn it over to Colton Ching of Hawaiian Electric.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, good afternoon, and aloha, everyone. I'm Colton Ching from Hawaiian Electric. I want to echo Nate's thanks to the NCEP for giving us an opportunity to present and share what we're doing here in Hawaii. I'm really glad that I went second after Nate. A lot of the material, a lot of the topics, a lot of the issues that Nate spoke about is very similar to the kinds of things we're seeing in Hawaii and the kinds of things we're doing in our own version of comprehensive utility planning called integrated grid planning here in Hawaii. I was told 30 years ago when I first started at Hawaiian Electric, no presentation by a utility is legal without a presentation or a slide that talks about their service territory. And I think Nate and I are kind of continuing with that practice. But before I do so, Jessica, if you can move on to the next slide, please. I want to start off with this. This is a sort of wide-eye view of our service territory. And it really provides context of how we think about the need to plan out our electric system. Like every other state, a lot of what we do, a lot of our goals are established by state policy. But in addition to that, here in Hawaii, our geographic isolation is a really big driver on how we think about concepts and words like sustainability, right? What does it mean to be sustainable when the nearest landmass is 2,600 miles away, right? What does it mean to be resilient when any out-of-state aid in responding to a natural disaster needs to come across those long shipping lines? What does it mean to be affordable? What does it mean for the electric system to be reliable? And so this geographic isolation has a profound impact on how we think about and how we plan out our electric system. Really, really big impact. Next slide, please. So here at Hawaiian Electric, we serve all of the islands in the state of Hawaii, with the exception of the island of Kauai. And in total, we represent about 95% of Hawaii's residents and usage of electricity. One of the things that makes Hawaiian Electric and our service territory a little unique is the fact that, as I showed in the previous slide, there are no interstate transmission. There's no tie between Hawaii or California. There's no big, long orange extension cord connecting us to any other state. And so our grids here must run independently and must rely upon resources that are local to the state. But in addition to that, each island, and that's every one of the islands that we serve, right? Oahu, Molokai, Lanai, Maui, and the Big Island of Hawaii. Each island is a separate and independent electric grid. Because of the depth of the channels between islands and the economics of tie lines between islands, we don't have any. And so each island must rely upon the resources on each individual island to ensure reliable, resilient, and clean energy solutions. In particular, the Purple Island, the island of Oahu, the island that I'm currently living on, 70% of the state's population calls Oahu home. And so when you think about how do you take an island of Oahu where the vast majority of the state population is, but yet one of the smaller islands in the Hawaii archipelago, how do you come up with clean, renewable, and resilient solutions on an island that is very tight on land, where land is competing for renewable energy solutions, is competing for local farming solutions, and important things like affordable housing. And it raises questions for us, and we have many discussions about this. To what extent should our neighbor islands like Maui and Hawaii Island communities, where renewable energy is more plentiful, where land is more plentiful, what role should they play, if any, in helping Oahu achieve its renewable energy goals? So this is just a couple of examples of some of the unique geographic and service territory features of Hawaii. Next slide, Jessica. So that's the context of how we then figure out how do we plan out our electric system. I think everyone is aware of Hawaii's 100% RPS statute. We need to be at 100% renewable energy by 2045. But perhaps what's not as well known in Hawaii is that we have a net zero greenhouse gas emission law for us to be net zero on greenhouse gas emissions by 2045, similar to many other states. And we also, as a utility, have a lot of key objectives established for us by our Public Utilities Commission under performance-based regulation, which was just put into full effect this past June. And just some examples here of the broad categories of the objectives of PBR on our regulatory construct. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, Mother Nature and our geography also drives a lot of our utility plans. So next slide, please. So because of these factors and the fact that we have very small electric grids that are more dynamic, where an activity or an action or a change in one part of our grid will have an impact in other parts of the grid faster and to greater extent than larger interconnected grids. We've really kind of recreated our resource planning process that's integrated across all parts of the grid for which we serve our customers, including the resources that our customers contribute to the grid as well. So there's this big transformation we need to do to achieve these very ambitious renewable and decarbonization goals. Because of our small grids, we determined that we really needed to integrate our resource or generation portfolio, our transmission planning, distribution planning, and customer resource planning all together in one integrated process. We also developed a plan and a process where the technical work of doing our resource planning on an integrated basis needs to integrate stakeholder participation through the process as well. And sort of like what Nate mentioned, there's no blueprint for it. This is something that we came up with. We know we're not perfect and we're going to need to make changes along the way. And so we developed a means and a process to do integrated planning that works for the needs of Hawaii and our utilities, recognizing that we're going to need to make some adjustments as we go on. Next slide, please. So I want to start off where Nate ended. I think both Duke and Hawaiian Electric really sees the need, importance, and really the value of having stakeholders participate with the utilities resource planning process. And so for Hawaiian Electric, our integrated grid planning process involves stakeholders, and stakeholders can be a number of different things. But for Hawaiian Electric, we really wanted participation by stakeholders that have different perspectives, different views, different interests to participate throughout the process at all levels. So we have working groups where we have stakeholders participate in more tactical discussions and exercises to come up with things like the appropriate forecasts for electricity sales, electric vehicle adoption, energy efficiency, adoption and impact. We have stakeholders that are participants in the stakeholder council where they have a broader and more strategic perspective in their participation and can provide input, ask us questions, and offer suggestions at a more strategic level. Of course, we have a number of public meetings. We were able to just squeeze around the public meetings just before we went into lockdown with COVID, and unfortunately haven't been really able to conduct one since then. And then we have stakeholder participation really focus on those who have subject matter expertise, technical knowledge to be an advisory panel to us on all the technical work that we do. And so we have participation from the University of Hawaii, Electric Power Research Institute, a couple of the Department of Energy National Labs, and folks like that who have subject matter expertise on planning processes and planning methodologies. Next slide. So what does Hawaiian Electric's planning process look like? It's a little different from, I think, other states and other utilities in that although we start off with data collection, we do initial analysis to define plans. What makes our process a little different is that we incorporate a near-term procurement step within our planning process. And the reason why we are doing this is in order to do as good a job as we can in planning out not just your generation portfolio, but your transmission and distribution and customer resources as well. Location begins to matter more and more as you go down that chain. It's something that I think the other presenters have spoken about. And so what we've elected to do is run a procurement process once initial near-term grid needs are identified in step 2. Refine those plans by doing a near-term procurement. So we know exactly what resources we're going to add in the near term, understand their impacts to our transmission system, our distribution system, impacts to customer resources and programs, and then optimize your plans around those resources being added in the near term. So we can develop more specific, more actionable plans for the mid and longer term. And we take the combination of the two, the results of our procurement process, as well as a plan that includes near-term and long-term needs as a package to our regulators for their review. Getting into some of the more technical aspects, we fulfill that process looking at generation, transmission, distribution, and customer resources. Unfortunately, using the best tools that we can find, but these tools are not fully integrated across the entire process. So basically what this diagram shows is that we augment the use of multiple tools to do resource screening, production analysis, transmission and distribution analysis, and customer resource planning. Because these tools are sort of looking at a subset of the entire chain, we're using a people and human process to ensure that the analysis done by each of our major tools are coordinated, where the impact and the output of one tool is passed on appropriately into the other tools. By no means is it ideal, but it's a solution that we've had to resort to given the current state of art of some of our planning tools that we have. Okay. Whoops, I'm sorry. I forgot a slide. Yeah, so I just covered that slide when we talked about tools and how it fits into a process where we need to augment the use of multiple tools with the human and planning process to ensure coordination. Sorry about that. One thing to just quickly highlight in the next slide, where we're spending a lot of time in our analysis, is to really develop good and appropriate forecasts that encompass not just the traditional things we forecast, like customer demand for electricity, fuel price forecasts, and things like that. But we also have begun to dig very deeply into understanding how customer actions and customer behaviors, and this kind of goes to the panel that we talked about, where this was talked about specifically, where customer choice through customer programs and technologies will have a big impact on what the utility needs to plan for. So this is just an example of where we're digging very deeply into energy efficiency forecasting, distributed energy resource adoption, and electrification of transportation, and layer that on top of the sort of innate or base amount of consumer use of electricity to get a total net electric sales for our customers. And Jessica, if you move on to the next slide, this basically the same information is portrayed on a timeline chart like this, because these forecasts will vary over time. We actually forecast this on an hourly basis. So I have equivalent graphs that shows how energy efficiency, DERs, and EOT impact electric sales on each hour for our planning period. Okay, next slide. Okay, so as much as we want to have precision in how we forecast and anticipate the needs of this electric system so that we can plan better, we do all recognize that no one can tell you what the future will hold. And so similar to what Nate presented for Duke, we use scenario analyses and sensitivity analyses to better understand the trade-offs between the choices we're going to need to make for different futures. And so here on this slide are just some of the examples of the kinds of scenarios that we have identified thus far for our planning process. And I'm sure we're going to identify more in working with our stakeholders to ensure that the scenarios we study, the sensitivities off of them that we analyze will inform us as best as possible to make good decisions as we make tough trade-off decisions in our resource plans. Next slide, please. So this is not so much about comprehensive utility planning, but I thought it'd be useful if I shared this slide. And this is a listing of what we call our planning principles that we use to guide all of the teams at Hawaii Electric who are involved in our integrated grid planning work. Multiple teams, different parts of the company, different areas of specialty, lots of opportunities for good work to become misaligned. So these planning principles help to keep us aligned in outcomes and objectives, really kind of guides us in how we should be approaching our work. So just to focus on a couple, number 2, the energy transformation must include everyone. So as a utility, we take very seriously our role and obligation to serve all customers. So as we transform our electric system, as we achieve our renewable energy and zero carbon goals, it has to be done in a way where all of our customers are part of the solution. All of our customers have an opportunity or opportunities to contribute to that decarbonization and reduction in fossil fuels, and ultimately have electric service that works right for them. That's a big one for us, and it really drives a lot of how we think about the kinds of resources we consider, where they're going to be cited, the kinds of customer programs we want to do, and how to make it all work together. Just want to highlight a couple of more given the discussion in the previous panel. The lights have to stay on, right? These are table stakes for us. And as we bring a bunch of engineers and planners together with policymakers and think about all the interesting things, the innovative things that we can do in the future, we do need to remind ourselves that the solutions that we identify at the end of the day need to be reliable. And then lastly, number 7, and for the engineers and maybe the economists working on this kind of stuff, this is maybe the hardest one for us to kind of internalize, that there is no perfect choice, right? And what looks like a great choice for certain aspects may not be as good a choice from a different perspective or other aspects. And that's where tough trade-off decisions do need to be made by each of the utilities to figure out what works best for their system. And this is where stakeholder participation input can really help with making good trade-off calls. So with that, I'll turn the microphone back to Mike. Here's my information for Hawaii Electric. All of the slides that I shared today, plus a ton more, a lot of information about our integrated grid planning process is actually available on our website, shown here. Any questions, you can just email us at igp@hawaiielectric.com, and I or one of my planners will respond to your question. Thank you again for your time. Back to you, Mike.
Hey, thank you very much, Colton. Very informative. Before I open it up to questions, we have about 10 minutes left for question and answers. I do have a couple of questions for both you fellas. First, Colton, how transferable is what you were doing in Hawaii to other states and other utilities? I mean, you guys seem pretty unique.
Yeah, great question, Michael. I'm sure a lot of folks are wondering that too. There's a lot of things that we're doing within our planning process that is very much tailored for Hawaii. But when we look at the underlying challenges of achieving, a fully decarbonized electric system, I think there's a lot of what we're learning that are transferable to other utilities in other states. Transferring doesn't mean take Hawaii's solution and just use it in California, right? Or use it in the Carolinas. Nate would love that if it was as simple as that. But there's a lot of learnings that we have in our process that are being utilized, where the details of it are being utilized by other states. And that's really the value of having the technical advisory panel as part of us. They're doing it in the opposite direction. They're sharing what they're doing in their utility in Arizona or in California not to transfer it directly to us, but to take nuggets of learnings there and find applications for Hawaii.
Okay, thank you, Colton. Now to Nate. You talked a lot about planning, but where does operations come in? Wasn't that the O in ISOP?
Right. So I have a planning background, and so that's my bias. But yeah, one of the other kind of mandates for ISOP is to make sure that all these things that we evaluate on paper and in models will actually work in real life, right? And that's where you get into the reliability and that kind of thing. And so an easy example is something like deploying energy storage as grid solutions, and making sure that you can actually implement the control systems that can meet those dynamic needs and have the battery doing different things from hour to hour, or maybe even minute to minute. And that you'll be able to send the signals from the control center to tell the battery what it needs to be doing. So all of that stuff is also part of what we need to keep in mind, of what we need to figure out as we go through this integrated planning and operations process.
Got a couple of questions now in the chat box, and this one's for Colton. Colton, your slide 10 with various scenarios was pretty dramatic. Could you talk more about the DER/EE forecast and what assumptions are in there and what utility or state programs are needed to achieve that future?
Sure. So that slide showed over time what our forecast shows in terms of the impacts of energy efficiency, DSM, and electrification. They are dramatic, right? And this is why we're spending so much time making sure we have the right inputs and assumptions and forecasts for this, because ultimately that'll have a big impact on our plans. One of the struggles that we have in Hawaii is that I think there's a lot of desire and drive from a legislative standpoint to achieve some of these very, very ambitious goals for energy efficiency and electric vehicle adoption. We have a state energy efficiency portfolio standard. But the focus for us isn't so much on what is needed from a state program standpoint, right? The way we're approaching it is there's clear policies in the state to achieve these things. Under a scenario in which that level of impact happens, what should we be doing at Hawaii Electric from a utility planning perspective to make the greatest use of the impact of, say, DSM or electrification, and how do we shape it from the utility side to make sure that that future is more likely to happen. But we don't specifically, given our utility role, try to identify what the state needs to do. The State Energy Office, sort of Hawaii's version, small version of the California Energy Commission, really is involved with us in what we do. They're very, very active in our planning analyses. And so they're taking their role to say, okay, now given what Hawaii Electric is looking to do in its plans, what does that mean from a state program, in terms of a role that the state might need to have to, say, promote EV adoption at a certain level. Hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. I would assume if folks have follow-up questions, they can ask later this afternoon or put something into the chat box. There's another question here in the chat box for Nate. If Duke is only examining storage at this stage for non-wires and non-traditional solutions, at what point will other DERs be considered as options as well?
I would say first that maybe we want to move upstream even of identifying a solution, and think about the types of circuits that will be amenable to other than traditional wires solutions, and how we can set up the system data and the forecasts to be able to do the screening to identify those kinds of solutions. And then as you get into thinking about the solutions you're looking at, then yeah, maybe the characteristics you're looking for change a little bit. But all of this is still very early days. And so yeah, our focus is storage right now, because that seems to be the most immediately available resource that can have the kind of impact you might need to defer a wire or something like that. But certainly we could see, and we are working on how to evaluate how other resource types, and one of the things that we're working pretty closely on is innovative rate structures or customer programs that can manage load locationally. And so maybe that can help you. And then maybe you can combine that with storage to form a hybrid solution where the battery doesn't have to be quite as big because you have the customer program on the circuit, that kind of thing. But it's super early days for all this stuff, and a lot of it's just theoretical. So I guess there's still a lot of math for us to do before any of this becomes real life.
Okay, Nate, I got another one for you here. Have you thought at all about how the processes you're working on might be applied to an RTO?
Yes, not with any kind of analytical rigor, but we do have utilities in the Midwest. In Indiana, we're in MISO, and in Kentucky and Ohio, we're in PJM. So that is something that's on the horizon of what we're going to need to be able to figure out. And the immediate reaction I have to that kind of consideration is that all that stuff that I talked about in terms of coordination and collaboration, that spaghetti chart that I showed, when you move that into an RTO, now you've got separate entities, not just silos within one organization, but you've got separate entities doing your generation planning and your transmission planning, and maybe even your distribution planning. And maybe the RTO has a transmission plan that covers a range of areas. So now you also have several regulatory authorities, and you've got a bunch of different generators on one transmission system. So it's not just one generation plan, it's a whole bunch of generation plans. So I guess the answer is yes, and the complexity makes a vertically integrated system look easy, I would say.
Okay, thank you, Nate. I'll take you off the hot seat for a second and put this question to Colton. How do you merge stakeholder input with the analytical results in your integrated grid planning process?
Yeah, I'll start off by, Michael, by saying that that's probably the hardest thing that a utility needs to do in its planning process. You know, what we try to do and how we approach it at Hawaii Electric is to involve stakeholders, not just to provide comments by sitting on the side, but actually participate in the process itself. And that actually drives for a lot of agreement on things that are done, because they're with you as you're doing things. But still, we're going to not always agree on things. And when we're in that situation, our approach to it is to make a decision that we feel, in consideration of all the input, what our analysis and stakeholder input is telling us of what the best decision should be. And then we share with stakeholders what the other choices were, and sort of the logic and the reasoning why we picked option A versus option B or C, and to be as transparent as we can be about that. That doesn't mean that everyone will then say, okay, I understand, but at least we give an explanation and trail of how we came to our solution, which I think is really, really important.
Well, thank you, Colton. That's certainly a question that that we're struggling with in the environmental field as well. How do you take the stakeholder process and apply it to substantive decision making? outreach is, you can work on outreach and inclusion, but how you actually take the input that you get and put it into your substantive solutions is extremely difficult, I think, across the board for all the regulatory decision makers. Do we have time for another question, Carrie, or more questions? There's one more in the chat box.
Yep, one more spot.
Okay, this one's for Nate. Does Duke look at competitive procurements for non-traditional system needs? And is there an opportunity to consider how third parties can offer solutions?
It's far too early for me to answer that question. We haven't actually deployed any non-traditional system needs. We don't, as I was kind of alluding to earlier, we don't know how they would work in real life. We have a couple of pilot projects out there that we're working on and trying to gain some insights there. But in terms of talking about procurement, first we need to figure out what they are, how they work, and how they're implemented before we can get to that.
Okay, well, thank you. I think it's a little after 3, and it's time to turn things over back to Carrie. But I want to thank our panelists, Colton Ching and Nate Gagnon. It was an excellent hour, and we'll all be returning later this afternoon for the wrap up. Carrie, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, panelists. That was excellent presentations and a really great deep dive into your processes and how we can reflect on the team, the Coral and the Jade and the other task force plans to see how that could actually phase into some of the other states and their models. So thank you for leading the way and demonstrating how you all are going about that. At this time, we will take a 15-minute break, and then we will hear from some researchers and practitioners on how the planning, operations, and markets kind of gets tied in together and some of the other current issues that they're seeing on the forefront. See you back in 15. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. It's 3:15 Eastern, so we are beginning our current issues in comprehensive planning, research and resources. And on this panel, panelists will share emerging opportunities to consider state goals, incorporate regional dynamics, and leverage new tools to advance comprehensive electricity planning. For this session, we have moderator, consumer advocate Jennifer Easler. Jennifer Easler has been an attorney in the Office of the Consumer Advocate since 1996 and served as interim director from June 2010 until January 2011. She has represented the public consumer sector in transmission matters at the MISO, the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, which is, I believe, yep, okay, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, and served as the consumer advocate representative and chair at the Iowa Energy Center Advisory Council. I would like at this time to welcome Ms. Easler to moderate the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to continue the discussion that from the last panel and build on the utility comprehensive planning that's going on in the States. And I'm excited we have a really excellent panel lineup of experts in this area. Our first panelist, Dr. Kelly Joseph with the Fifth Third Bank, works across both wholesale and retail electricity markets on regulatory policy, market design, and power system economics throughout the United States and internationally. She led U.S. regulatory and market strategy for several of the largest independent power producers in the wholesale electric markets, state retail electricity markets, and worked in grid operations at the New York Independent System Operator. And with that, I would like to hand it off to Dr. Kelly for her presentation.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Can you hear me? Looks like it might be on mute. There we go. Thanks for the introduction. I was glad to that you gave a little bit of background. I'm sure people were wondering what in the world a banker is doing about discussion on electricity system planning. But that's only a relatively recent aspect. And as Jennifer said, I've been in the electricity industry for a while, thinking about both wholesale and retail operations and system planning. So what I'm going to do, you can advance to the next slide. We've kind of already, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this initial slide because I think this is sort of what we've been covering. But one thing I do want to point out, we've been talking a lot about how the traditional planning process is evolving and, where the system planning process is going. And I think one of the important pieces that we have to figure out is how what is traditionally done through utility planning and how it is traditionally done through the RTO planning, how we can actually make those work together. I think that is one of the central challenges going forward as we look at the evolving electricity system itself and the evolving electricity system planning process. So you can go to the next slide. So what I'm going to do is I was involved in the NARUC-DASIO task force. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, sort of what was envisioned in that aligned system planning process, which I think is an excellent resource. And then talk about some of the recent efforts that have been happening at the federal level, particularly at FERC, with regard to rethinking system planning, but more from the transmission wholesale perspective. And I'm going to walk through probably what most folks are familiar with, but the recent advanced NOPR that FERC put out, as well as the efforts on the federal state task force on electric transmission planning, and then kind of where we're at with FERC Order 2222 and whether or not that helped to advance some of these system planning challenges. So you can go to the next slide and advance one more, please. Thanks. So again, familiar to everybody who's been in the conversations the last couple of days and potentially the last few years, but What the task force, I think, did really well is look at what are the different planning processes and what might they look like under different market structures, and really enabled a process where you could say, where am I starting and what are potentially my options? And within that structure to say, where can we think about aligning some of the disparate system planning processes? At what point in all those different arrows, right? Can we inject some level of interaction with the RTO here, some level of interaction with stakeholders here, kind of really thinking about where to bring in policy, where to bring in different stakeholders, and in particular, where to bring in the RTOs. And what I did was take a section of the blueprint and the section that was focused particularly on how to think about utility and RTO engagement. And I highlighted a couple of spots here, one that are really looking at some of the challenges, right? So there really isn't a great space in our planning process today for thinking about where and how the RTOs and the utilities can be in a feedback loop or actually iterate throughout the planning process. And what the blueprint pointed to was thinking about how and where we can actually increase the engagement, thinking about how we can collaborate with state decision makers in the holistic transmission planning process, and really pointed to that as a gap, right, as a challenge that really needs to be solved. So you can go to the next slide, please. So what I wanted to do now is just focus on what's happening at FERC and think about how and if that aligns with some of what the task force envisioned. So you can go to the next slide, please. And for those of you who haven't yet dug into the advanced NOPR, I pulled out what I think are some of the really important pieces of what FERC is considering. What they are doing there is potentially thinking about how they can create a holistic transmission planning process within the RTOs, so a holistic regional planning process. As it stands today, the RTOs have separate planning processes for reliability planning. This is planning related to resource adequacy and transmission security. Economic planning, this is related to thinking about congestion. And then public policy, specifically around Order 1000. These are, in most of the RTOs, just separate planning processes. One completes, the next one starts, that one completes, the next one starts. They have separate cost allocation mechanisms associated with each of those planning processes. So what FERC is doing is trying to think about, and I think it's great, how can we actually holistically think about these transmission planning processes within the RTOs? They're also adding a piece in here to say, when we think about generator interconnection and the planning and studies that go into where generators begin to interconnect, how can we better connect these bigger transmission processes and sort of where we think the grid might be moving and evolving, and how can we better connect that with the generator interconnection process as well. They also discuss and they do, I believe, use the words, if I'm remembering this correctly, aligned system planning. So they actually, yes, they do. So they say, across transmission, across generation, across distribution, similar to what the task force was looking at. But they do this through what they call an independent transmission monitor. That's their initial proposal on this. And when I read that, I thought, is that kind of like an independent market monitor for the markets? So you'd have this independent transmission monitor that is evaluating whatever solution is coming up in the various planning processes to say, is that the most cost-effective solution? Is that the best solution here? I think that's what they were considering. That was sort of my impression reading through that. They do seek to involve states in a particular aspect of the planning process. And in particular, that's where non-wires alternatives would be the most cost-effective solution to a regional plan. So it wouldn't necessarily be because the distribution system sees a non-wires alternative solution and that becomes part of what happens in the transmission planning process. Instead, it would be when the ISOs are doing, hopefully, their holistic transmission planning around reliability, economic, and public policy planning, when they're evaluating various solutions to a transmission need, and they are considering whether it should be transmission, generation, demand side, or potentially a non-wires alternative, at that point is where they would have state regulators involved and perhaps approving the NWA through some kind of a coordinated regional planning process where that solution was identified in the first place. So it's not, in my opinion, it's not quite the same as what is envisioned in the task force, but it's a start. The other piece that this ANOPR was really questioning throughout is, what policy efforts should we be considering? Which policy efforts? Should this be federal, state, regional? And at what point in the planning process should these policy efforts come into play? Very similar to the questions that we were asking in the task force as well. There are thousands more questions that FERC put in that ANOPR, but I pulled out what I think are some of the most relevant for this conversation. And for those of you who are interested, they are seeking comments, and I believe it's October 12th is the deadline. So you can please advance to the next slide. The next piece where FERC is looking is this, as you are all probably familiar, this joint federal state task force on electric transmission planning. And really what they're looking at here again is, how can we design the system for optimal transmission to achieve federal and state policy goals? Really looking to make sure that states are able to advance their policy goals, to have states coordinate, to really kind of think through cost allocation, making sure there's an expeditious interconnection process, and ensuring that the transmission solutions that are selected are the most cost effective. It seems to very closely mirror what FERC is looking at in the ANOPR proceeding. I'm guessing this is intentional so that move before FERC would actually put out a NOPR. I would imagine that this would be, an extensive effort to coordinate through this task force to kind of come to a solution potentially before putting out a NOPR. I don't know for sure, but that's how I would envision this working. You can advance to the next slide, please. And then finally, in the last several years, FERC also, as you are probably all familiar, has looked at Order 2222 on DER aggregations. And I've said this in other presentations that I've given, but I think the important thing to take away from what FERC did there is that this was really focused on market participation and market operations. It was really not looking at aligned system planning. It wasn't really looking at planning at all. It did potentially, maybe there'll be beginning conversations around, across the transmission and distribution interface. But really, the order only encouraged some kind of a coordination framework. It doesn't require one. And as you all know, these are ongoing compliance filing efforts that are expected to take several more years in all of the RTOs, and really in the RTOs that haven't already spent several years developing their participation models like New York did and like California did. So you can advance to the next slide. And here, what I'd like to do, now that I've kind of walked through where the federal efforts are in relation to the task force, I'd like to bring up a poll question. And Carrie, if you've got, oh, there we go. So I'd like everyone to think about this question. Are the recent FERC efforts, their actions towards planning reform, sufficient, or should states be leading the way? And then we've got two options here. You think FERC's efforts are sufficient to enable comprehensive system planning, or you think comprehensive system planning really requires states, and whatever FERC ends up doing should enable state efforts. Oh, we've got okay. We are seeing some votes come in. I'm going to give it another second here. About half of the votes. Oh, wow. Okay. I agree. And on the last slide, you can advance to the next slide, please. So what I did here, and I think everybody saw the answer, but everybody thinks obviously states needs to be involved here. And what I tried to do here is, look at what the task force envisioned, and the task force was really, aligned across all aspects of planning: transmission, generation, transmission, distribution, generation, transmission, and distribution, as well as recognizing the need for state and federal coordination. And I've pulled out the recent FERC efforts to say, yeah, I definitely think this effort fits in this coordination bucket, or where I have parentheses, sort of, maybe starts to get there. And then where I've just left it blank, I don't think FERC's efforts really go far enough there. So, the ANOPR certainly is looking at coordinating transmission and generation. That's also what the federal state task force is looking at. The ANOPR, as I mentioned, sort of has a role for thinking about how distribution, transmission, and generation can align. It seems to be mostly through if and only if an NWA is selected as part of a regional plan, but not necessarily if it's part of a distribution system plan. Obviously, there's state and federal coordination. I don't know why I put that in parentheses, except that it's uncertain where and at what point in the process policy solutions or state policy and state system planning efforts actually come into play and influence that process. And then obviously FERC Order 2222 sort of has an opportunity for some federal state coordination, but definitely is not focused on planning. So I just put this out there to say there really is a significant focus at the federal level on planning issues, but how we actually enable state involvement for this aligned system planning that the task force envisioned and that I think is extremely necessary. How we actually get there and how we actually enable that is still an open question. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. I thought I would follow up with, were you finished with your presentation? Okay. I wanted to give you a few questions before we take our next panelist. And I wondered if you had any thoughts on whether there are certain market or RTO structures that are particularly conducive to building the relationships between state and RTO planning for holistic planning?
That's a good question. Early on, and back in the SMD days, FERC actually envisioned an advisory council for states, and that is set up in some of the RTOs. How that actually works to influence what the RTOs do and how that actually works to influence the planning process, I think is an open question. I don't think they go far enough there. What it will actually take, I've heard on several of these other panels, sort of questions about should this really be regional and not necessarily just an individual utility or an individual state. That would be fantastic if we can get there. But I think getting there is going to require something that's not there today that would enable states and the RTOs to work together.
Right. And for a state that that opts out of its DER participating in the market, are they making the most of their DER resources, or what opportunities are there for states that do choose to opt out?
Yeah, well, so certainly they're thinking about how I'm imagining, how you can actually enable both planning and operations of those assets. So, getting to the point where we have some kind of seamless transition between what happens on the distribution system and what happens on the wholesale market is going to take some time. But certainly getting everybody's comfortable with planning could help, and getting everybody comfortable with how that planning then translates into operations, it would be the next step.
Okay. And I see we do have a question in the chat box, and that is, how would you advise leveraging or supporting state guidelines on benefit cost analyses for the benefit of improving the alignment of planning processes?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's probably something to bring up in the ANOPR, right? Because they're actually looking at are the cost allocation mechanisms that are in place today sufficient? And certainly recognizing that states have their individual benefit cost analyses and how that could play into. At this point, it looks like mostly just on the NWA solicitation for a regional plan, but definitely, I think it's a good place to ask that question.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. I think we'll turn to our next panelist, and that is Matt McDonald of Stratagen. Matthew serves as Managing Director of U.S. Consulting at Stratagen. He's an experienced regulatory attorney who leverages his background as Commission Counsel to deliver valuable insights to clients. For 5 years, Matthew served as Commission Counsel at the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, a regulatory body that is a global leader in market design for the deployment of clean energy technologies. And we heard a bit from Hawaii on the last session, so we very much look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate the introduction. It was good to see Colton on the last one. So great. All right. Well, hello, everyone. Certainly excited to be here and to participate into this conversation. You can flip past the title slide, please. So, thanks. Appreciate the introduction, Jennifer. Just by way of a little bit of further context about myself. So, Matt McDonald, Managing Director of the U.S. Consulting Team at Stratagen. In terms of perspective I bring to this discussion, as mentioned, I'm an attorney by background, and I spent about a half decade as Commission Counsel at the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, where I led a wide array of leading edge policy proceedings. And relevant to this discussion, I led or supported Commission efforts around advanced integrated resource planning, known as the Power System Improvement Plans in the Hawaii context, and a comprehensive look at grid modernization strategy and investment, which helped to inform and yield Hawaiian Electric's ongoing integrated grid planning process, which Colton just spoke to in the prior session, is seeking to tie together resource transmission and distribution planning into a holistic process. More recently, Stratagen has had the opportunity, along with a consortium of others, to support a series of Energy System Integration Group, or ESIG, reports that examine DER integration into wholesale markets and operations, picking up on some of the themes that Kelly highlighted around FERC Order 2222 and outlining the coordination, communication, information flows between distribution utilities, ISOs, and DER aggregators. Next slide, please. Just in terms of a quick overview of what I hope to cover in these remarks, at the risk of being a bit repetitive throughout some of what we heard in these sessions, first just wanting to level set it. What is comprehensive coordinating planning and why is it needed? And then moving to sort of unpack some of the core elements of a integrated planning process for the electric system before moving to sort of how state regulators and system planners might begin to pull these interdependent pieces together into a coordinated framework before summarizing a few key takeaways. So building on some of Kelly's remarks and maybe bringing a bit more of a state-centric perspective to the discussion. Next slide, please. So I'd like to begin by briefly examining what it is that we mean, or at least I think of when we talk about comprehensive coordinated planning. So within the electric power system, there's certainly a need to co-optimize and coordinate across the domains of resource planning, transmission planning, and distribution system planning. But I just wanted to flag, not a focus of this discussion, but just with the emergence of discussions around electrolytic green hydrogen, as well as the beneficial electrification of certain fuel end uses like heating, there is a need increasingly to think about how do we coordinate cross-sectoral planning between the electric and natural gas systems as well. So that's something to be considering for future. Next slide. So why is comprehensive electricity planning so important? Why is coordination so critical? Fundamentally, the ongoing energy transition is transforming the power system in material ways. And new system outcomes are elevating in importance as a result. And in the face of increased extreme weather events and cyber threats, there is a renewed focus on resilience. And as customer adoption of electric vehicles and other DER continue to accelerate, planning processes will need to optimally integrate and unlock the value of these dynamic resources going forward. In addition, equity issues need to be closely considered throughout the planning processes to ensure that disadvantaged populations are not adversely impacted and similarly benefit from a modernized power system, one that's transforming. And finally, decarbonization of the power sector that we're experiencing, across the country, it necessitates a significant infrastructure deployment. And customers simply cannot afford to bear the costs of duplicative and inefficient investment due to uncoordinated planning. Taking a look at the next slide, just like to take a look at a hypothetical integrated planning process to be able to begin to see the constituent components and the critical connections between them. And I'd just like to highlight 3 particular elements in this integrated planning process design. First, the planning objectives and criteria. Second, the system forecast and scenarios component. And then third, this nexus between resource and transmission planning, and then sourcing and procurement as well. Next slide. Just double clicking on this planning and objectives and criteria component. I think it's important to highlight that the traditional goal of electric grid planning is certainly to maintain safe, reliable, and affordable service for current and future customers. But as social preferences and policies evolve, additional considerations are emerging, such as decarbonization, resilience, and energy equity. Clean energy goals, including decarbonization, are certainly changing the resource mix, creating new requirements in the structure and function of the electric grid as a result. And the increasing frequency and severity of weather events over the last 2 decades, in addition to concerns over cybersecurity, have elevated resilience as a really key and core planning objective. And more recently, energy equity as well has emerged as an important consideration, again, to ensure that disadvantaged populations are not adversely affected by grid modernization and have equal access to the benefits from it. And traditional planning frameworks must now address these new planning goals, decarbonization, resilience, and energy equity, along with the traditional ones, requiring new methods that need to be incorporated into current practices. Next slide. So an important point of alignment between planning processes is in the data flows and information sharing that ensures models used in each process are internally consistent. And this doesn't mean that an integrated resource plan capacity expansion model needs to utilize hyper granular distribution system data, nor does it suggest that we should be waiting for the development of a theory of everything model that can co-optimize across transmission, distribution, generation, and customer solutions. Rather, it does mean that models should reflect common assumptions and a consistent set of inputs. And critically, information flow and information sharing between planning processes can ensure that load forecasts and other model inputs remain internally consistent and sufficiently reflect the objectives, criteria, and constraints at each level of the system. Next slide, please. So decarbonization of the electric system and increased electrification of transportation, as well as other end uses, underscores the cresting wave of new renewable generation that will need to be deployed in the current decade. These material resource additions are already placing strain on the existing transmission system, as we know, with new transmission capacity needed. And yet, at the same time, there is mounting evidence that the transmission system may reflect a bit of a systemic weak point within the electric network overall, insofar as extreme weather events are really calling into question the efficacy of a sort of traditional transmission-centric planning approach to meeting these grid needs, these network needs. Just highlighting some of the obvious examples we've experienced as of late. Deadly wildfires in the West have prompted Pacific Gas and Electric to propose a potential $10 to $12 billion plan to underground many transmission lines. And even more recently, Hurricane Ida was responsible for knocking down all 8 transmission lines serving the city of New Orleans, knocking out power for hundreds of thousands of customers as a result. And so these new risks on traditional infrastructure are prompting and requiring a shift in approach. And the material influx of DER, including, again, electric vehicles, microgrids, present opportunities to optimize the existing capacity of the transmission system while also enhancing resilience as a result. Next slide, please. So maybe from a bit of a regulatory perspective, by deconstructing the essential elements of the planning process, decision makers can reassemble and address each piece of the planning process to better enable alignment and coordination across each interrelated domain. So like a modular docket design strategy that can allow regulatory commissions to mitigate the sort of natural siloing effect dockets can impart upon many proceedings, and house key input and assumption developments in sort of standalone separate dockets that feed into these planning processes as inputs, can be a helpful approach. So by designing an interconnected regulatory process sort of from the ground up with that intention, commissions can enhance alignment. It can help create connected data flows and information sharing to allow for internally consistent and co-optimized models. And just pulling some of the threads that Kelly was highlighting as well, some of the FERC Order 2222 activities are going to require a lot of coordination, information sharing, and could be a touch point in the basis and foundation to push out not just beyond operational coordination and begin to integrate planning, input sharing, and coordination as well. Next slide, please. So just to sum up, there's a real need for a practical approach to address emergent multi-objective planning criteria, including outcomes such as decarbonization, resilience, and equity. The promise of a more integrated planning approach and process rests on the ability to reflect the full set of values for all that all resources can provide. This requires capabilities that enable not just DER integration and utilization, but also alignment with the resource planning and transmission planning processes where applicable. And aligned objectives, certainly help promote congruent outcomes across planning processes. And critically, these new information flows are needed to promote internal consistency between models and help facilitate coordination between jurisdictions or different entities. And my view is that state regulators are simply critical, not unlike Kelly's point, to building the foundation for robust coordinated planning. Stakeholder-informed integrated distribution planning proceedings really should be viewed as a crucial first step towards building a bottom-up, customer-centric, coordinated planning framework. And moreover, it's clear that a new level of coordination between ISOs, distribution utilities, and regulatory commissions is needed in order for the promise of comprehensive planning to be realized. And in fact, in order to make sure that operations and implementation of FERC Order 2222 is also realized for those jurisdictions to which it's applicable. Next slide, please. So thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts and look forward to further dialogue.
Thank you, Matthew. Some RTOs are embarking on pretty aggressive long-range transmission plans right now. Can we? It's if we're needing state leadership on this, are there some examples we can look to, to help integrate some of the distribution level planning into these larger transmission efforts?
That's a great question, Jennifer. And it's an area of some concern for me. And I think I've heard from commissioners as well, thinking about, looking at their customers in their jurisdiction and wondering, how can we interact with these planning processes in a way that's ensuring some level of optimization of that my customers, my ratepayers aren't being allocated costs that are simply just disproportionate to need if we were thinking about this in a more coordinated fashion. I think one of our challenges right now is that great examples of this happening are too few and far between. I think that what we have an opportunity to do is by beginning to sort of step down this pathway and using sort of unlocking the black box of distribution system planning that has sort of long been a bit static and not very stakeholder informed. If we can begin to generate a more fulsome set of inputs and assumptions of what's happening on the distribution side, then commissions and sort of other organizations that interface with the transmission planning process will have a lot more, will be a lot more empowered and have a lot more tools to really shape that dialogue and ensure that there isn't merely a top top-down approach to this planning process, that states don't just get called up if the transmission folks feel like there's an NWA opportunity, but rather this is a two-way dialogue that's mutually reinforcing. And I think that's going to be critical to push into, with some level of urgency, to the point that you made.
And I think some states, when they're looking at the inputs and assumption that go into their planning, look back at what happened last year, or the last couple of years, and think that's, indicative of what we should be looking at going forward. Are there some better benchmarks that we can maybe be thinking about to better integrate cost-effective energy efficiency and DER into our planning processes?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, I think the pace of change and the rate of change is accelerating, and so sort of a more traditional, static, historic look back. I think it's clear, I think, to all of us that increasingly, historic performance is less and less indicative of future results. And so how might that manifest across some of these domains? I think, if we just took a look at sort of distribution system planning on the one hand, I think there's a real opportunity for utilities and regulators to overhaul and revamp the type of DER forecasts that are historically employed. And so I think what that means is we need to really be adopting some more sophisticated tools for forecasting adoption that are just not looking at sort of historic rates, but are really taking into account a much more sophisticated view of that. And unless we do that, I think, consistently planners, regulators will find themselves sort of caught behind the 8-ball. And what the end result will be is just a lot more cost for customers, because we will be over investing in the system. And that in turn can feed risks of, tribalization of the system if parts of it are too expensive, and there's, risk of some level of defection there. So it's, I think, really important to harness and leverage DER that's coming onto the system. And the first key to doing that is to having a bit of better visibility as to what we might anticipate there. And that's no easy task. It's certainly easy to state. It's another matter of doing it. But I think naming it, calling it out, and really working on it is the first key there. And I think it all turns at that from that perspective.
That's great. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, Jennifer.
Yeah. I will bring up our final panelist for today's session, and that is Justin Gundlach from the Institute for Policy Integrity at New York University. Justin is a senior attorney at the Institute. His work focuses on state-level energy and climate policy. Before joining Policy Integrity, Justin was a member of the policy development team at New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, better known as NYSERDA. So thank you for being with us today, Justin. I'll hand it off to you. You're on mute, sounds like.
Now I'm unmuted. All right, I got to practice. I was just saying thank you for the introduction, and thank you also for the invitation to present alongside my impressive co-panelists today. I'm going to cover what you see here in the title, so wholesale market design, resource adequacy, and how they relate to comprehensive planning. Kelly and Matt have just presented on what can and should be brought together by a comprehensive approach to planning. I'm going to talk a bit about how piecemeal approaches to planning can fall short. It's not that I think everyone here needs to be persuaded of that, but I do think it's worthwhile to highlight the consequences of not keeping up with technological policy and climatic changes in the policy and planning space. Some of what I have to say today is, I think, reassuring. So for instance, I think that existing wholesale market mechanisms can continue to support resource adequacy, even as renewables proliferate and other features of the power sector and its context change. But some of what I'll say is meant to raise prudent concerns. Similar a bit, I think, to what you just heard from Matt about the need for greater coordination and information flow across institutions and across markets in light of the various changes that are happening underneath power systems. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thanks. So my co-authors, back one. Thanks. My co-authors and I started writing the report, the cover of which you see here, in the summer of 2020. And as you can see from the title and the subtitle, it was meant to focus on interactions between organized wholesale market design, resource adequacy, and growing volumes of renewables in the generation mix. We did not examine vertically integrated markets. This was all RTOs. This was all wholesale competitive markets. And we set out in this report to explain three things. First, why capacity markets are not inherently better equipped than energy-only markets to ensure resource adequacy with a renewables heavy grid. Next, why capacity markets can potentially slow down energy transition, and how how to reform capacity markets so that that slowdown does not happen. We aimed to publish this report in early March of 2021, which means that as we were finishing up edits, the big freeze hit Texas. And the revelations that followed from that event led us to consider whether it, and also blackouts that had rolled through California a few months before, should change our conclusions at all. What we decided is that we shouldn't change our conclusions, but we definitely needed to put them into a larger context. In particular, that review, that reflection, highlighted the crucial importance of the institutions that feed information into wholesale markets and also that interpret what wholesale markets reveal. I'm mentioning all this here because I think the experience of writing this report is itself instructive. We set out to do something narrow and focused. Events made very clear that the solutions we focused on required first taking a more holistic view and figuring out how to put different pieces together. So today what I'm going to do is rush through some points from the report about wholesale market design options and how they relate to resource adequacy. And then I'm going to talk a bit about why whichever form of wholesale market design one chooses, that choice alone is not enough to ensure resource adequacy. Can we have the next slide, please? Thanks. So first, renewables and wholesale market design options. Broadly, what you see laid out here is meant to contrast energy-only markets and energy plus capacity markets. And our report broadly made two big points. The first is that energy only is in fact compatible with a world where there are a lot of renewables. There's an argument out there that high penetrations of renewables will make capacity markets inevitable. And it goes like this. Zero variable cost renewables means that energy prices fall, which means in turn that investments in all generation, including renewables, become unsustainable. In effect, there's too much money missing. And so to gather that missing money in order to support resource adequacy, in order to make sure that you have enough generation capacity, a capacity market becomes necessary. This is an intuitive argument, but it's one that we point out ignores a few important factors. For instance, low average energy prices do not necessarily mean that energy prices never rise or even spike. And we show that variable renewable resources can push energy price peaks higher more often than would occur with conventional resources, even as those renewables bring average prices down. We also acknowledge that energy-only markets require a very high degree of tolerance for wholesale electricity price volatility. And politically, of course, this can be very challenging, both to achieve initially and then to maintain. Our second big point is, in this report, is that capacity markets can encumber renewables deployment. So existing capacity market rules do a few things. They tend to overstate capacity contributions of conventional resources. They can inflate prices and they can over-procure conventional capacity. All of these things tend to slow the exit of conventional resources, even when they are arguably uncompetitive relative to renewables and storage. And so in addition to identifying some of the ways that this happens, we also pointed out ways in which capacity markets that potentially encumber renewables can be mitigated. So solutions to the problems we identify. I'm going to close with a quick prediction. People tend to like those. I don't think we're going to see many regions adopt energy-only wholesale markets. Even if that was a possibility before February 2021, I don't think we're going to now. But I do think we will see, and really what we're already seeing, is capacity market reforms that move a bit closer to the logic of energy-only constructs. Can we have the next slide, please? So of course, this panel is, and really the whole day is meant to focus on more comprehensive thinking about planning. In keeping with that, I'm going to shift a bit and talk about two instances where blind spots undermined the implementation of a wholesale market design. California first. This graphic, which is taken from CAISO and California regulatory entities' final root cause analysis of 2021, shows a slice of peak demand that corresponds to the planning reserve margin in CAISO. I'm going to focus on the two bars to the right, which show stacked up elements of how peak demand was managed on August 14th and 15th, including both planned and forced outages. The August 2020 blackouts in California seem to reflect an accumulation of small errors and misestimations combined with extreme weather conditions. Those errors related mostly to estimates of different resources availability, including for behind the meter solar, the fact that it underperformed day-ahead market bids due to an unexpected change in weather and also to wildfire smoke. Was the adverse effect of wildfire smoke foreseeable? Well, it's not been a feature for much of the past, but arguably, yes. Arguably, it ought to be foreseeable. It ought to feature in planning and expectations. The next item is demand response, which underperformed as well. That demand response had been credited against resource adequacy requirements in advance and in a way that was not subject to penalty. So that was one of the key criticisms, was that you didn't have the level of policing you needed to glean precise information and to prevent ambitious bids from demand response providers. Another item that underperformed, gas plants. Their inefficient performance that day was due mostly to extreme heat. And this isn't the limit of the list, but I'll not go on. These operational impacts then, of course, caused other impacts. So distribution utilities bid for less power than they would need. And as a result, CAISO scheduled exports for that day. Exports of energy that would be sorely missed. There are a couple of others, but I'm going to move on. These were all problems with implementation, not fundamental design. And they mostly owed to failures to understand and manage variable renewables, demand response, and climate change. Can we have the next slide, please? Thanks. So Texas, February 2021. Eric Jimon, if he's out there, I hope that's the right pronunciation, Eric, helped certainly to organize my thinking about the big freeze in Texas. This was a bigger, badder event than what California saw, as everyone here I'm sure knows. As many as 700 people died, and the $52 billion financial fallout will reverberate for many years. What Eric considered was how the supply and demand sides of the energy market function in three different situations. So on a normal day, when power is cheap and reliable and generally even cleaner, on an annual summer peak day, when prices tend to ride high and get near the energy-only market's cap, the system still maintains reliability and covers its cost fine. But then there's a third type of day, a third type of event, the high impact common mode events, meaning an event that has a widespread impact because there's a common underlying cause like cold snap that leads to the same type of failure across many individual facilities. This is now a very, very well documented blind spot in the way Texas had approached cold snaps. On the supply side, ERCOT's energy-only market design relied on developers chasing peak energy prices. It works pretty well for the first two types of day. In fact, there's an annual sort of tradition of looking at whether or not it is going to satisfy that second type of day. And so far, it has generally worked as planned. But as everyone, of course, knows, it failed spectacularly on the third day. A key point of debate immediately after the freeze was whether or not a capacity market would have performed better. And I am on the side of this that says, no, I don't think it would. There are a few ways you can get at that question, but broadly, I think it's been shown that a capacity market simply would not have rewarded recognition of what was in the blind spot better than the energy-only market did. On the other hand, a capacity market definitely would not have run up the bill in the way that the energy-only market did, though there is debate about whether that owes to the operation of the market as opposed to its design. So that's the supply side on those three types of day. Now, demand side on those three types of day. The first point is that there's a huge disconnect between the energy-only market and energy efficiency and demand response. Amory Lovins pointed this out shortly after the big freeze. He noted just how much energy efficiency and demand response could have done if Texans had been prepared. And what Eric Jimon found in his analysis is that this failure is present not just on the third type of day, the high impact common mode event day, but in all three. And that ratepayers lose out, even when power is cheap. They lose out more when it's expensive, and they truly suffer on that third day, but it is present in all three. And there's a real, there's a basic failure of information flow. There are also problems in terms of people having ready capital to invest in energy efficiency and DR, but fundamentally, you're talking about an information problem. Rate design in Texas is responsible for some of this. It just does not transmit wholesale market signals to retail customers in a way that could be both useful and not unduly risky. Last slide, please. So the big lessons. Taken together, I would say that the August in California and February in Texas events suggest three things. The first is they do not really cast doubt on whether the basic design, so fundamental features of California's or Texas's wholesale market can support resource adequacy as renewables presence grows. So this is a narrow question, but one that I do think the answer does not change for, even in light of these events. But these events do highlight how important it is to understand variable renewables, demand-side resources, and the climate in relation to these issues. Second point, I think they do show that blind spots can compromise different market designs. So I'm thinking mainly here of the fact that the price did get run up in ERCOT. Energy prices sat at the $9,000 price cap for several days. And the failure to translate energy prices into incentives for things like, not limited to, but things like energy efficiency and demand response marks a real failing, and one that was eminently fixable. And the third, I think these show that the effectiveness of various market designs in supporting adequate investments depends on the institutions and processes that develop and interpret information about foreseeable scenarios, like we saw in both places. This point is not news to anyone here, but I think it is worth emphasizing just how much the sort of bad information in, bad information out is to account for what we saw, as opposed to the mechanisms which come in for a lot of scrutiny, but potentially in an opportunistic way. And with that, I will close. So thank you all.
You packed a lot of great information in there. I hope you don't mind if I ask you to elaborate on a few points that you covered.
Sure.
On the huge disconnect between what happened in Texas and energy efficiency and demand response. Are you talking about, do we have the right amount of energy efficiency and demand response available to us? Or what type of information are we, what was the missing connection there?
Yeah, I don't mean to imply that it was one thing. I don't mean to say that one solution would have gotten at the entirety of the problem. I think you have several. I think there's a standard gamut of issues that energy efficiency and investments face, not just in Texas, but elsewhere. Information problems of several sorts that all get layered on top of each other. My understanding of the Texas scenario in particular is that you have, in a sense, this informational resource in the form of a wholesale market that tells you how energy prices bounce around. And people are, in some respects, that is ratepayers, are in some respects insulated from that information. So there are certain kinds of hedge that lead them not to see it. And then in other instances, there are opportunities to get potentially harmful exposure. And so what you did not see is a generic translation of that price volatility into a clear signal about how you can save on blue sky days, how you can save on peak days, and how you can avoid this kind of harm. It's, I think maybe the way to say it is no one seems to have taken responsibility for translating readily available information into that message. And so to some respect, in some respects, I guess I'm dodging your question. Forgive me for doing that, but that's what I've got.
Right. So is that a utility function or RTO function to get that customer response enabled?
Well, I suppose it's generally worthwhile for the buck to stop somewhere. Right. So I would say one of them ought to own it. I think that, or in this case, maybe the way to put it is that I think probably it's fundamentally a utility function, but the RTO absolutely ought to take responsibility for making the information that it generates intelligible for the purpose. So there's no reason why that ought not to be a feature and a priority.
Well, based on what has happened in the California and Texas examples you provided, should resource adequacy considerations inform transmission planning and vice versa?
Absolutely. And I think Kelly described how FERC is clearly on top of this with its transmission and NOPR. She mentioned that FERC is exploring an ITM, a sort of market monitor only for transmission. I would say that FERC has a lot of untapped legal authority when it comes to assessing planning and cost allocation proposals and insisting on alignment with something that is FERC blessed. That's not to say that I don't think states and RTOs should have a role or a voice here. I think absolutely they should. But yes, I would say in answer to your question, resource adequacy considerations absolutely ought to inform transmission planning. And also that FERC is in a unique position to provide foundational information, sort of template, that answers certain key questions from the outset and facilitates gleaning the information that's appropriate to get from states and RTOs and making use of it.
Are the situations in California and Texas leading to more comprehensive planning, or do we have to wait for FERC here?
Well, I would say I'm pausing on the comprehensive adjective. I think certainly what you've seen in Texas is legislation that directs several different agencies to move closer to each other. I know just today the Texas Railroad Commission held a session on implementing certain rules that pertain. So, I mean, I would say without question, yes, you don't need to wait for FERC. States are moving. I do think that particularly with respect to transmission, there is a lot that FERC can do. That gets complicated in Texas. I know one question that has been open in Texas is just how much new transmission you can build without compromising your jurisdictional insulation from FERC authority. So that, well, it's unclear who's waiting for whom on that one. But I would say the simplest answer to your question is states should not wait, but they should also expect FERC to be useful when it shows up.
Right. We had a chat come in. I think it's touched on some questions I may have already asked of you, but just to be sure, I may go ahead and pose those anyway. And maybe you can see them as well. The question is asking you to make a connection between the market structure and design changes you've been discussing with the comprehensive planning in a more direct way.
Yes, that might be a polite way of saying, why didn't your presentation answer the question? So point taken. I would say that the thing that energy-only markets do potentially very well is yield a lot of information about when and where certain resources can be valued. And this is true especially of renewables and storage in a way that it's just not with conventional generation. And so recognizing that it's hard to make the jump, and as I said, I don't anticipate seeing a lot of new energy-only markets. I do think that there's something to be said for looking to wholesale market design with respect to the information it generates and making it a priority that whatever wholesale market design you're using yields information that informs comprehensive planning. So as you are looking at certain capacity market features, ensure that what you're going to get out of them is not money, is not distorting or biasing, and that it gives you a clearer picture of the value of resources in particular times at particular places.
Thank you. So we have about 15 minutes left for questions, I believe. And I wanted to maybe give our earlier panelists a chance to comment on some of the presentation and questions that have been touched on, and see if they had any other thoughts they wanted to add to any of those questions we've received. So Kelly, Dr. Joseph, I would give you the opportunity to add anything you'd like to what we've been discussing so far.
Yeah, sure. You know, on the how can we link resource adequacy to all of this. Quite frankly, I think what the task force did well is to say where you start really influences your options here. And I think it's going to be hard in RTOs and ISOs in states that have moved fully to a retail choice model. You know, your options are a little bit limited, and that JADE group has very limited interactions for how to do this. And in fact, they seem to focus mostly on distribution system planning, because how you make those linkages in states that have already made some of these choices is going to be very difficult. But having said that, I think ERCOT and California are somewhat in a good position, even though I just said that, because in ERCOT, you know, the PUC and ERCOT interact, and the same is true in California. The CPUC and CAISO have some interaction. So in that sense, that it could potentially help if they wanted to think about how to do this, but regardless, it is going to be a challenge.
Matt, any thoughts there?
No further thoughts, I think, on the resource advocacy front. You know, maybe I'll just, you know, at the risk of underscoring a point I made previously, just sort of picking up on the last comment Kelly made, and sort of, you know, thinking back to the different, you know, color-coded cohorts that the task force identified through the comprehensive electricity planning process. I think the one commonality I'll point out is that distribution planning function. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for states that haven't already to really step into that process, and to do so in a way where the regulators themselves are really leading and creating a sort of stakeholder forum and process to really unpack these elements, rather than perhaps you know, issuing an order to a distribution utility to generate a plan that gets sort of, you know, dumped into the docket, you know, thousands of pages to try to unpack, but rather creating that, you know, stakeholder forum and venue to really unpack these issues, to vet these inputs and assumptions, and allow them to be used, you know, across and facilitate information flow and sharing across entities and domains.
Right. And one of the chat comments mentions that Texas doesn't conduct the type of comprehensive electricity planning that we've been talking about. And I would add that there are probably a lot of states that don't do that. You know, and I think what we've been talking about, I think, requires a lot of state initiative to really get it going, and thinking about the planning assumptions that would guide those processes. You know, what is kind of the obvious trigger for states to do more in this area? Just maybe the threat of federal action, or what will get that going? Consumer advocates?
Well, I defer to you, Jennifer, on the consumer advocate piece, certainly. I mean, I think it is at the core, you know, fundamental to the mission of state regulatory commissions, and as well as consumer advocates. I think really what we're talking about here is ensuring that we're aligning investments with customer interests, and that we're doing so in a really cost-effective and high-value way. And we're also ensuring while we're ensuring affordability, we're also ensuring reliability and resilience, and that we're not ignoring the sweeping changes that are accelerating all around us. You know, and I think this is hard stuff. I mean, you know, for regulators, consumer advocates, you know, everyone in the ecosystem. And you know, just referencing, you know, my colleague, or former colleague, Colton Ching, you know, in terms of where, you know, Hawaii sort of made this jump straight into attempting to tie all of these elements together without really having had the benefit of going through a distribution system planning process sort of specifically. And I think, you know, just having experienced some of that firsthand, you know, I think one of my recommendations might be is just to understand the complexity here. And while there's a real need to move with pace, there's also probably a logical sequence where we can start to learn how to do some of these new things first before we maybe converge and collapse some of these activities onto each other all at once. And just, you know, thinking about how we understand, you know, how some of this manifests before daisy chaining complexity up the complexity stack, if you will.
If we're all madly moving toward much more renewable energy investment, does it make sense to let the renewable energy occur in places where it's most bountiful and easiest to acquire? And if you do that, what type of planning is needed to, get the resources developed where they make the most sense?
Well, I'll chime in on with an example, I suppose, of that. In New York State, you've just seen a decision from the commission on proposals by utilities in response to legislation that was adopted last year. So in New York, you had the big climate law, which set targets. Then you had a follow-on bill that said, we will now conduct a sort of integrated form of transmission-related planning in order to ensure that the right kinds of investments are made to enable something like hitting those targets. And what you've just seen, I would say, is the commission and utilities grappling with your question. They scoped out certain areas where need is more acute, and the generic lesson, to the extent that there is one, is that the state has intervened in every respect when it comes to hitting these targets, and that has meant revamping their approach to siting. That's meant revamping their approach to transmission planning. That has meant being aggressive about providing resources, both in terms of money and also staff, to get permitting done. So there have been there's no element of this that has been untouched, and New York is a little strange for being deregulated, but also sort of integrated in this respect. But I would say that they provide a really useful illustration of what an aggressive and thorough approach to your question looks like.
Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of what gets renewable investment off the ground too is market prices, and we often think that, well, you're growing more renewable energy investment and that's zero cost, and how will that produce market prices that really sustain its growth? And I know, Justin, you touched on that in your presentation, and I wondered if you could elaborate just a little bit on what factors would drive market prices in a way that supports more renewable energy investment.
Sure. So with renewables, you face, leaving aside the question of sort of RPSs and RECs, you face a situation where co-locating resources that are going to operate conditional on the weather means that you potentially drive value deflation. And so initially, renewables can take advantage of the fact they're really cheap in a given region. So in a given time at a given place, as those reservoirs sort of fill up with machines that tap the resource, you can't trust pricing alone to be as much of an enticement to drive investment in the same way. And you're also going to run into just an issue of having a harder time identifying locations like that where you don't need new transmission, or where the new transmission doesn't upset anybody. And so I would say the low prices are promising insofar as there's something of a guarantee that, yes, at the outset, you're going to get a lot of value, but they're conditional on so many things. And one of those things is the planning environment, particularly when you're talking about new transmission. If you have a situation where there are three different people or three different entities, and they each have veto points that stand between development of a resource and it's being accessible, then whatever price you can claim to put on that resource is potentially going to be undermined by the process of getting it built. So it ends up being, I think, in reality, a very challenging estimating task. What the various costs are that get added on to your vision of the future.
Matt or Kelly, any response to any of what we've been talking about?
Yeah, sure. I'll just, those are the $1 million questions. That's what we're working on in, wholesale electricity market design, trying to think about what market design we need. That's FERC's focus on thinking about how we can integrate transmission planning with the future resource mix that's expected, how we can do that at the federal level, and what's needed at the state level in order to manage that. So I think, to be TBD, right? This is ongoing. This is happening as we speak.
Go ahead, Matt.
Not much further to add. I think, Kelly said it really well. I just think maybe stepping back, looking at cost curves for renewables that we've seen, I think we'll see that curve be a bit asymptotic in terms of, there's probably a limit to expectations around further cost declines going forward, but we're still talking about, some renewable products that have, some shape to them in terms of, for instance, solar with some storage that is, in the sort of 30s, $30 a megawatt hour, and just sort of reflecting on that in light of sort of historic costs around, sort of natural gas products or others of the same ilk. So still very competitive, but I think as demand continues to increase, either driven by RPS requirements that Justin alluded to, as well as sort of corporate demand. I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of that happen as well. And I think that's as the demand continues to build, as we start to experience some of the real effects of transmission constraints and congestion, I think that those cost curves are going to have to feel some levelization in order to continue to sustain that piece of the ecosystem in the industry going forward. I don't think it's a curve that can continue at its trajectory in perpetuity, if that makes sense.
Yes, I would agree that, I think states are under unique pressures right now to be able to do the type of resource planning that's needed to make sure that we are optimizing our planning. And I think we're all kind of in the middle of that realization and kind of figuring out how to ramp up our abilities to do that. So thank you very much for the discussion. I think, Carrie, I don't think I've missed any questions unless you've seen some that I maybe passed over. And I think we're getting pretty close to the conclusion of our time frame. But I just wanted to thank everybody very much, and maybe I'll turn it over to Carrie in case she had any closing thoughts before we turn to the next step in the seminar.
Thank you so much, Ms. Caesar, for moderating that terrific session that we were able to get a deep dive into some of the current issues that have been coming up recently for everybody. So on that note, Danielle was able to send in the chat a link to the modeling training that is coming up that that we're working in partnership with the National Lab System that may help address some of the points raised today. So thank you, moderator Easler, and all of the esteemed panelists throughout the day, really. So we're going to move into our closing end of day discussion. I will bring up the materials for that. And I will also introduce Danielle Sass-Burnett to co-facilitate the session, and I will be taking live notes.
Thank you, Carrie. Carrie's going to be pulling up some slides. This is the session that many of our moderators have been mentioning throughout the day. So here is your opportunity to become part of our collective panel. If you would, especially moderators who've been noting questions, please turn your videos back on, plan to come back off of mute. We need you. We're excited for the opportunity to hear what kinds of questions you were holding in reserve that we didn't have time for. And also our speakers and attendees, you are all part of the session at this point. So please now come on up. If we were in a live space in a big room, I would get everybody to stretch right now, but I'm sorry. Feel free to do so at your desk. We are going to talk for about 20-ish minutes, 25 minutes, and cover some of the key resources, examples, maybe that you didn't have a chance to hear about that were surfaced today or that you would have offered, maybe if we'd been in a more informal setting. And also some of the lingering questions that you have and the questions that you think most importantly our collective industry as a whole needs to be able to answer as we look forward to making progress on these coordinated electricity planning issues. So we are going to pause the recording at this point, right, Carrie? And we're going to start pulling together these resources